listeners, Harika here, and I'm super excited to welcome you to UppTalk. If you're ready to learn and get your hands work wonders in the world of information technology, then you're in the right place. When I say UppTalk, we are not just another edtech company. Consider we are your learning partner committed to unlocking your full potential. Whether you're stepping into the world of technology for the first time or looking to advance your career, we provide top-tier, hands-on courses to build up your career. Let's take our first step towards learning here and explore it.
See, in Workday. Basically, you know what you will get. You know when you will join anywhere in the company, what they will give you. There are a couple of ways of logging into Workday. I think you already experienced, guys. Maybe in your company you might have been already. I think you're already accessing some of the URLs, which is SSO enabled. When I'm saying SO enabled, that means like you don't need to put any kind of credentials automatically. You just create. You just click on the link and automatically you will be logged in the system. That is something we call SSO enabled. And there is another layer of login as well. Basically, you will be having some URL and then you can put your credentials, username and password. Once you enter username and password, click on and you will be able to log into the system. In Workday also, we will be having two mechanisms. This screen see, Workday is basically, cloud-based tool. You don't need any specific software to install in your system. Instead, you can just open Google Chrome or any browser. You can just, enter the URL, put the credentials, and you are good to work in Workday. This is Workday home screen page. In this Workday home screen page, you can see many things like here. There is one search option. You can type anything and search details here. Then this is Workday icon, which will bring you, if you are in some other places. If you click on this, this will bring you to the home page. Then there is, menu option. There, a lot of tabs. You can see a lot of options. I can see. All those are, related to different module, but you will start working in Workday. You will come across all this, modules, and you will understand what exactly these are. These are actually, functional configuration. We are not going to look into those configurations, but definitely we are going to deal with the data. Here in menu, you will be having this many options. All these are configurable. Then here, if you see, there is one notification icon. Or if you are running any report, or if you are running any integration, if you get notified whenever that report is getting completed or that integration is getting completed, you will be able to see in this notification box. And then you are having this, inbox. Let's say you are doing something. Let's say you are applying some. Let's say you are just a manager in your company and someone is reporting to you. Now, whenever that person applies, leave that comes to you for the approval. This my task is for those kinds of approvals. Let's say if someone is reporting to you and if there is any action pending on you, you will get those tasks in your task box. And then here, when all these things are configurable in the body, whatever you can see, these things are, configurable depends on company to company. Here you can configure notifications. Here you can configure dashboard. Icons, whatever you want. Then the main part here is your profile. When you will click, this is your profile. When you will click on this one, you will get options. If you want to view your profile in detail, you can click on view profile. If you want to change your, password, if you want to, navigate, want to see the drive, if you do all these things, then that option will be available here. Here, the main thing which I want to show you is your profile. This is my profile kind of. They have given me some, credentials, and this is my home base. In this home base, if you see your name is there, your picture is there, your designation is there, your department details are there, location details are there, cost center company details are there. And in the right hand side, if you see your employee ideas, are there your organization, is there position details. You know what kind of employee type you are. You know whether you are a full-time, part-time, how much FT you are working from which location you are working. All those details you will be able to see. This is a summary base of your profile. Like this. You can, search other people's profile as well, but it may be you will not be able to see all these options for other people of your colleagues, but you will be able to see each and every detail for you, whatever access you have. Now, this is just a summary piece like this. If you want to deep type in your, data, like what are your job details, you can click on job here. There are multiple tabs. You will be able to see, and in each tab you will be having a specific information. For example, here in the job details tab, if you see, all the details related to your job. The recognition is mentioned here. In organization, if you see then details about your organization, company cost center, all those things will be mentioned here. I was saying, if you want to see more details about your job, organization, you can click on each and every tab, and you will be able to see more details. If you want to see your employment data, you can just click on employment data. You will be able to see, if you want to see the worker history, like whatever transactions happened in your profiler, when exactly you applied leave, when exactly you got promoted, when exactly you got transferred. If you want to see all those details, then you will be able to see worker history. See in worker history, whenever you know when this worker has changed the legal name, you know when this worker has got transferred, promoted. Everything is tracked in this worker history. Why I am showing these things? Because, when you work on any integration you are going to deal with, this kind of data. That's why, I'm just showing, all these things at a high level. We are going to build integration on this kind of data only. Anyways, that we will see later. Here, if you want to see job details, the worker history or organization details, you can just go into job and you can explore multiple options. This will be, once you get the access, this Workday access, I would recommend, you just go to your profile and just check whatever options you have. Just explore. What kind of details where exactly you can see in Workday. That will help you to understand Workday in a better way. Now next is, this is job. The next is personal. If you want to see your personal details, you can just click on personal. If you want to see name detail, just click on names. You will be able to see name details. What is your legal name? What is your preferred name? Then personal information, whether it's a gender information, date of birth information. If you want to see all those things, you can just go to personal information. Then in IDs it will store, ID details. For example, people in US use SNN. SNN is the most confidential information in US. In India, we have Aadhaar card, right? All those Aadhaar card, PAN card, passport details. All those details will be stored in this ID tab. Then, if there is any document you have uploaded during your onboarding or hiring, Those documents will be stored in your Documents tab. Similarly, if you want to see your contact information like phone number, work address, home address, you can just go and click on Contact. And then in Contact, you will be able to see your addresses. And phone details, your email address details. All these details you will be able to see in the Contact tab. If you want to see the salary, you can just go to the Compensation tab. In compensation, you will be able to see like how much basic salary you are getting paid, how much allowances you are getting paid, how much bonus you are getting paid. Those details will be stored in the compensation tab. And then there is one more tab, Pay in Pay tab. Basically, let's say you are getting paid in this month and you want to view your pay slips. And also you want to analyze your pay, like how much deductions has been happening in what things, how much earning you earn. If you want to see all those details, you can just go in this Pay tab and you will be able to see your salary, your calculation details. The calculation details will not be for each and every country. Mainly it will be for US, UK, Canada, France. It will not be for each and every country. For India, Workday is not offering any payroll. In India, generally company used to use third-party payroll system, for example, ADP. All these terms will be, quite frequent when you will join any company, like, AD, payroll system, benefit system, absence system. In your company, there will be multiple systems. And the main fund of integration is to connect two systems. We will come to come there. Anyways, now if you need to see your pay details, basically details or the calculation detail, you can just go and click on Pay tab. You will be able to see multiple tabs and there, information will be stored based on the name I mentioned. Then if you want to track your learning stuff, there is one option, Career here. If you go, then you will be able to see what courses you learned in the past and what courses you are tagged into complete. All those details you will be able to see in this Learning tab. Also, we have other, Performance tabs and Performance tab. Basically, in your company, whenever appraisal comes, what generally you do is you seek feedback. Other people. You give feedback to other people. And based on the feedback, based on the appreciation you receive, your appraisal is decided. Similarly, Workday offers this performance management system. And in this, the same options are here. You can seek feedback from others. You can give feedback to others. And based on those feedback, your manager will do whatever they want. Basically, all these details will be stored, like this. I think Lakshmi, you're new, right? Now are you? Understanding. Few things like, how Workday looks like. What are the details Workday stores, how Workday stores data, how data looks like into Workday. Is this something you're clear? Definitely not 100%, but at a high level. Did you understand that? I can able to understand how because I just last night, I followed some of the videos of HCM functional videos. That's why I can able to understand. Thank you. There is any other question anyone is having still here? No question. Ganesh, can you please elaborate the difference between technical and functional Workday? Definitely. See, technical and functional. Here, let's say if you go to, absence. And in absence, let this open. See in here in your workup profile, if you see there are many modules. SIM module. This as SIM modules. As in, this is a compensation module. This is a benefits module. This is, payroll module. And then there is a performance module. This is learning module. This is absence module. When I'm saying, module, this means this is a complete separate set of configurations. Here in your profile, when you see you have these many leaves, you have these many leaf types, and you have these many balances, which you can apply. Now, how exactly these are coming? What is this leaf? Someone is going to configure this leaf types in the Workday. Someone is going to decide, like, I want to give 15 days per year personal leave, 12 days per year sick leave. These are the things will be configured by functional people. It's like, they are not working on the data instead. They are actually implementing the features which employee is going to use. For example, applying leaves. There are salary structure, how it looks like, how they can change their names, how their performance will happen, how they will be hired in the system. All those are business process configurations. There are a lot of configuration. For example, this one, if you consider this one, this vacation, if you open this vacation, this is a leave type. Workday tenants are not generally this much slow. This is a GMS tenant. I think many people are, just trying something on this one. That's why the Senate, becomes heavy. That's why it is taking time. See, this is I open just one kind of, leave. That's a vacation. In vacation, if you go see when exactly what balance will be accrued, how balance will be calculated, how balance will be accrued, what are the time of, what are the time offs are actually, configured in this, leave type, who will be eligible to apply this leave. These configurations will be done by functional people. This is a functional configuration in Workday. But when you talk about integration, what integration does is in your company. Let's say you're working in a company and in that company the HR system is Workday. And you are working in India. Workday does not offer payroll system for India. Workday does not have payroll system for India. Definitely you have to use some other system for payroll calculation, even though you are using Workday as a HR system. Now there are two systems in your company. Workday is a HR system. ADP is a different system which is calculating your payroll. Likewise, there are other systems as well. You have one system where you are submitting your timesheet. That's another system. Then you have another system where you are actually applying, reimbursement request. There are multiple systems. Let's say this way. Basically, your core HR system is Workday. Then you have time tracking system where you are submitting your timesheet. Let's say to make things easier, let's mention timesheet system, that is Pronos. Then reimbursement claim system is Concur. This one is a functionality. This one is a system. Lower one is a system name. That's a tool. That is something like Workday. Then you have payroll system. Uh, let's say in your company you have Workday as a core HR system where employees are getting hired. Employee details are stored. Then you have another timesheet system, Chronos in Chronos. You are actually filling the timesheet day by day. Then if there is any kind of claims you have, let's say company is sending you on some assignment and you want to claim whatever expenses you know happen. If you want to reimburse those expenses, you have one system Concur thing, Concur. You can submit the request and that will be reimbursed. Then you have another system payroll, basically to calculate your salary. There is another system payroll. Now see, when you get hired, you are dealing with only Workday. Your onboarding will happen in Workday. Your data will be stored into Workday. Your each and every details will be stored in the Workday. Workday is a core R system. It is managing your employee data. Now, when you will get the link of Chronos, when you need to submit timesheet. Let's say you are trying to log in the Chronos. See, you are not going to create your profile in the Chronos. When you will get URL, your profile should be automatically created in Chronos system. You just need to log in the system and you can submit your timesheet. And that's how it happens. Whenever you join any company, that company is having a lot of portals, right? But you are not creating your profile in each and every portal. Instead, you're submitting your documents. You're filling your details just once in the company. And each and every tool is having your details. How that tool is getting data. See, you are not getting hired in Chronos. You are not getting hired in Concur. Your details are not getting stored in ADP. How exactly this you know? These systems are getting your data. There, comes integration in picture. Whatever number of vendors your company is using, you will fill your data in Workday only, and this Workday is going to send data to all other systems. That's what we call integration from Workday. Workday is actually sending your employee details to time system. When you log in Chronos, you will be able to see your profile. You just get your project code and you fill your timesheet. Similarly, you get the URL of Concur. When you log in the Concur, your profile is already created. Create a new request, submit your claim, all sorted. A DP, they will give you a DP portal access. What do you need to do is you just need to log in, to a DP portal and you will see your profile is already there. Your compensation details is already there. Your tax deduction, your gross amounts, your allowances, your, tax benefits, tax declaration, everything is already there in the ADP system. It's not like you are submitting all those details here in Workday first, and then you are submitting details in payroll separately, Congress separately. This is what integration is doing. You load data at one place, and this integration is going to load data in everywhere your details will, wherever your details are required. Did you understand the integration and the functional difference? Or do you still have? Ganesh, it's really very clear. Thank you. Please, just in simple words, integration is interaction between multiple systems. Sometimes Workday to Workday also. Integration is interaction of data, transmission of data between multiple, systems. Functional configuration is, configuring features into Workday, implementing features into Workday. You can say Those are external systems, right? God knows what. These are all external systems. These are not Workday system. Workday is a separate system. And these are all external systems. Likewise, your company might be having many. At least I think, companies are using, 20, 30 or 50, systems, based on the number of, workforce. If your company is having 1,000 workforce, you don't need that much of vendors. But let's say your company is having 50,000 employees. Definitely you would. You would need a lot of, vendors to manage your details. Any other question, here? Hanish. Wanted to ask why India or other countries in East, why they are not using fully functional Workday. Why they are dependent on other system as well. See, Workday is not C payroll. The reason is, it's very simple. See, for US, there is a different government rules. There is a different taxation rules. In India, there is a different taxation rule. In US, you have, federal tax, state tax. I don't know if there are any other taxes. In India, you have, income tax, then there are many other components like P, F, and all. Right. Basically, the calculation, the logic is different, and this is changing. Every year something is changing in your taxation part. Workdays in North America, South America, Canada, France, and UK. These are a standardized payroll. These are from a very long time. Even if you see the traditional system, for example, PeopleSoft, and all they are having these payrolls configured. But they don't have any, other countries' payroll. Workday is trying to, implement payroll for Australia. I don't know whether, that has already been implemented yet or they are going to, implement, but they are trying. Based on countries, as rules are different. Workday is not able to make a standard features, enable payroll system. This is the main reason. And coming to the timesheet system and conquer less time and expense system. See, Workday is very costly, to be honest. Workday is a very costly product. If your company can afford each and every module, payroll is something It's not about whether you can afford or not. It's a different thing. Say it depends on your government laws. That's why we don't have payroll system for each and every country. But for other system, if you say claim this investment system, time system, this is something we can enable into Workday. But based on the complexity of the company and costing of the company, how much they want to spend on time tracking system, companies are generally deciding. It's not like we can't do. It's like we are not doing that. Got it? Got it. Thank you. For each, and these are the questions actually should be, cleared by, functional people, but from integration side, from my, Workday expertise, whatever I know, I am delivering that to you. But these are the reasons to be honest. And in general, when you start working in, you will realize why this country is not actually, implementing this thing. What is the complexity? What is the complexity? And another thing is like, let's say you are opening a company today. And you started using Workday. You will be having a lot of flexibility to use everything. Now let's say there is one company which is, working from last 50 years. The Workday was not in, 50 years back. There was no Workday, right? That company has started already using some other tools. They are already working. They are already submitting timesheet in some other tools. They are already, claiming their reimbursement in some other tool. Now they have implemented Workday 3 years back. When they implemented 3 years back, if they want to move, let's say, time system into Workday, it will take a long time. Implementation itself will take 1 or 2 years. Then they will need to understand, what is the landscape of the company, where and how data is getting transmitted. Then they will gradually start planning. Like for this country, we can use times is times a system into Workday. And gradually they will move into Workday because nobody wants, multiple systems. If we can do everything in one system, I would prefer that. But that will happen gradually. Workday is not a very old product. I think from last 6 to 7 years, Workday is a booming technology, booming HR system. And many companies are moving into work. It will take some time. And gradually, I think everything will be in Workday. Any other questions? No. And this Workday home screen and everything is clear. The next half an hour I'm, simply all, after completing this course, what are the things, you will learn and how exactly we are going to learn. Basically, we will start with after completing this course, you can apply for integration consultant role, in Workday for any companies. You will understand, the integration. First of all, you will understand how to navigate things into Workday. After completing this course, you will realize, you don't need to remember many things into Workday. This search box is actually handling all those parts. You just need to remember some of the task name. Even if you don't remember the task name, it will be easy for you to, search all those things. When you type integration, it will give you all the options. Work this smart. This search tool is very smart. You will be able to understand the, navigation into Workday. Then you will be able to understand, in Workday, we have multiple integration tools. For example, Workday is offering public web services. We will be creating REST APIs, that will also be web services. Then there is one integration tool, EIP in Workday, and there is another integration tool, Core Connector. Then we have Studio. Studio is something we are not going to learn in this tool. We are going to learn the basics of integration. We will learn, web services, REST APIs, that is a RESTy custom report. Then we will learn, EPs, how we can create a report and send data from that report to another system. How can we load data into Workday? Then we have one template-based integration. By the end of this course, you will be able to understand multiple kind of tools we have here in Workday to create integration. And in which scenario, which tool we need to prefer. That is something you are going to learn, after completing this course. Then you will understand how exactly we create a connector-based integration. Connector-based integration is like Workday is offering some certified connectors with multiple systems. For example, Workday is having a certified connector with ADP. The certified connector means you have everything configured in your system. You just need to, configure the endpoints and a little bit more details, and that integration is ready to use. We will discuss in detail on all those things, and you will be able to understand how we can create a connector-based integration. And then you will learn how to create a custom report in Workday. What are the uses of custom report in Workday? How can you enable custom report as a web services in the Workday? You can create a custom report and you can just create one URL of that report. The other party, let's say Power BI, is an external system. They won't employ details or cost center details from Workday. Cost center details are very easy. I mean, you can track a cost center details in one custom report very easily. What you did is you created a custom report. You enable that custom report as a web service and you share that web service with the Power BI. They will be able to consume data from Workday directly. We are going to learn how exactly we are going to, achieve this thing. Then you will learn about the calculated fields. Here in Workday, I have shown you. Let's say, this one. If you go to summary. Here in the summary, if you see there are many fields Workday has given. All these are Workday delivered fields. Now let's say you want to derive something from these fields. These are Workday delivered fields. These fields are given by Workday. These fields are already created by Workday. Now, if you want to derive something using these fields, those are not Workday delivered fields. Those are something you need to create. You need to configure. To accomplish that, we use calculated field concept in the Workday. Calculated field concept is actually using delivered fields. You are going to derive some other values. That is calculated field. We will learn about that calculated fields. Then we will learn about the EIPs. How can we create inbound EIPs? How can we create or not APs? How can we create in Harmony or Workday? Then we will learn about whenever here in this example, here Workday is the social system where your employment details are stored. And then this is a different system, chrono system. This is understated system. Now let's say all your details are herein. And you have created one interface which is integration. You have created one integration to extract employee details and send those details to Kronos. Now, when you will create that integration, when you will run that integration will generate one file. That integration will generate one file. Let's say employee data.sys. Now this employee data.csv needs to be processed in the Kronos. How this employee data.csv file will go to Kronos? I mean where exactly Workday has to place this file from where exactly Kronos has to consume that file. We will learn about that. Retrieval and delivery service. Delivery service means whenever Workday is generating any file for other system, that file has to be delivered to some other path, whether that's a SAFPIP path or TEPS path or any other system, any other server. We would need to configure those delivery details like on this server in this particular folder. This file has to be placed. We will learn about, that delivery configuration details in integration. Then let's say Kronos is actually managing the time system. Kronos is having the time data and Workday requires the time data to configure the lead balances. Let's say if someone is working for additional hours on Saturday, on Sunday, there are some additional balances needs to be accrued in the Workday. To accrue those balances Workday would need timesheet data, how much hours that worker has worked on Saturday and Sunday. In this case, Kronos is going to send data to Workday. When Kronos is going to send data to Workday, Kronos will generate one file. And Kronos needs to place that file to some location, and Workday is going to consume file from that location. In this case, Workday is not actually delivering anything. In this case, Workday is actually retrieving something from other location. There we will learn about the retriever configuration. Then after that we will learn whenever we create integration, how exactly security is maintaining that integration. Who will be able to access that integration? Who will be able to get the data? Let's say I am creating one integration. I am the owner of one integration. What will happen if I leave the company? Who is actually going to own that integration? How that integration is going to run and generate file? How exactly access is controlled in that integration? Let's say if I do not need to expose a gender, how can I restrict that gender to not get populated in the file? All those configurations, security configurations, we will learn at the end of this course. Mainly, you will learn about the navigation, how to create custom report, how to create integration, how can you configure the delivery and retrieval service in the integration, what is calculated field, how can you create calculated field, what are the functions we have been calculated field. Then you will understand about the integration security. And then you will understand the core connector integrations, which is template based integration, which will also let you know the details about the change detection. We have change detection mechanism in Workday. We are going to learn these many topics gradually. Next day what I'll do is I'll give you the sequence in a way. We are going to learn. Before I proceed to any other thing, do you have any kind of question? I'll just mention the device schedule. We won't need to run very fast, to be honest, but it doesn't mean we are going to leave things behind. We are going to cover everything, and also we are going to clear everything. I'll give you assignments. I'm not going to check those assignments, but what you need to do is when I give any assignment and activity, you need to just explore those things. Whenever you get some time, if I am asking you to create a custom report, you just create a custom report. You explore all the options that are in custom report. If you will be having any kind of question, we are going to discuss that. And before I give you any activity, I'm going to explain everything. And that is what I'm going to give you as activity as well. If you will face any kind of issues while completing that activity, we are going to address that in the session. I'm not sure whether you have got, because we have particular number of sessions to learn everything. I mean, we have, but let's say, if we need to, extend 1 or 2 session or 3 sessions, we are going to do that. But the main objective is we are going to cover everything anyways. I mean today I have not covered that much of thing. But what I wanted you guys to do today is here in Workday. I just have shown you some of the things, right? Like how data looks like in job. You can see some of the details in overview. I just wanted you guys explore this Workday home base. I'm type something, for example, create integration system, create custom report. This kind of thing you can type here. You can see what options this is. Then just go in the profile and check what are the options there. You can see in the profile. And then also You just explore all these things like what are the details stored in the job, what are the details stored in the compensation benefits, paid performance, all these things. I would say whenever you get Workday access, the first thing you guys will do is you will explore the Workday homepage. Just try click here and there, see what exactly you can see. Try this notification. I can as well this my task. Options as well. And then also explore all these tabs, and in all this stuff there are many, in all this modules there are many different tabs. Just try to explore what are those tabs are. When you see, the thing is, when you will look for job into Workday, you will get many kind of jobs. I think you will get the implementation implemented in something you can get, that is, something is reserved for partner companies, and we have very limited partner companies. For example, Accenture, Deloitte Parike. These are partner companies. There only you will get the implementation project, and apart from that, you will get ASM projects. I mean that, let's say, support projects kind of, and there you don't need to only support, like look into the data and all it. Also, there are variety of jobs there. Sometimes you just need they will give you some issues you need to analyze, and you need to tell them, this is the issue, the data is wrong. You need to fix this thing and that thing. Sometimes what you will get is like, there is one integration running and there are some issues in the integration, whether that integration is not generating file, successfully, or that integration is generating inefficient data. Some data is missing, or some records are missing, those kind of issues. There you will need to analyze the integration, and based on your analysis, you need to propose the solution. Some companies offer you to put the solution as well in AMS project generally. You will get options to fix as well. You have to fix all those things. Then you need to understand the delivery module model as well. Where exactly you're going to, replicate that issue. Put the fakes, and how can you deploy those things. Whenever you get the access, I would say like you just explore all these options, whatever you can see in the home screen, and then gradually we will start with the integration topics. We will start with the report, custom report, and then we will go, proceed with calculated field, then if, then core connector, then document transformation, then security configurations. That's how we are going to proceed. Oh, Danish, I have one more question. All the companies use everything like public web services, if core connected everything they used, or see. We know it depends actually. Let's say there is a company which has workforce of, let's say, 1,500. That company is not having too much of vendors. That company will be having very limited vendors because the count is very less. They don't need too many. Too many vendors. There, let's say they are using everything in the Workday. Then you don't need any. That kind of thing. But let's say they are using some systems like app or Concur or Power by or some others, reporting tools or any other system. For that one, you would require mostly everything. You would require connector-based integration, because we have already certified connectors. Now let's say if someone is been asking you for a report, you are going to create a report. Now there are some integration which are very simple. Let's say they want one CSV file where you just need to send employee details, employee name, first name, last name, gender, date of birth, hire date, and all these things. That's a very simple report. There you are going to use Abe. Then, let's say you joined a company and that company is having 50,000 workforce. Now, sending data of 50,000 workers every day is not a good move. See, today, when I build the integration, the very first day, I'm going to send details of, all the workers, 50,000 workers. But on very next day, if 10 workers are doing transactions in the workday, if 10 workers are updating their, home details, contact details, personal details or anything, then I should be sending details of only 10 employees. I should not be sending details of 50,000 employees. It's unnecessary, it's taking too much of time, it's an increase in payload, and it's consuming a lot of space resources. We don't need to do that. We already sent 50,000 yesterday. Today, 10 people, 10 worker has updated their information. Today, we are going to send 10 worker details only, and then the information are, stored. There you are going to use change detection mechanism, and as a template based connector integration in Workday you are going to use almost you are going to use each and every integration tools kind of thank you. And also nowadays people are trying to use microservices. Microservices as in small web services. I mean, every system is built based on web services. That's what is happening today. And going forward, the use of web services is going to increase a lot. Everyone wants to make system real time. For that, to make that system real time, definitely there will be use web services use. Basically, I mean, the way we'll be proceeding in the training is like this one. We will start with the report writer, and the first we will start with the report writer. After report writer, we will go with the calculated fields, then the integration components, EIB. Then we will start with the core connector integrations, integration security. Then we will learn about connector with the EIS data initialization service, then change reduction. After that, we will go with additional connectors X, ML, XL, T, X bar. This is the coding part. This document transformation in X, M, XSLT. All these are coding part, and then again we will know about the inbound APIs and other integration systems. This is how we are going to proceed in the training session. I'm not able to post this in the chat. I don't see any jack option actually, otherwise I would have shared anyways. You can take is screenshot if you want. I mean, these are the topics we are going to learn. That's really now our integration. Yesterday we were discussing about the integration. Integration of Workday integration is actually one interface which will transmit data from one system to another system. Before I proceed, I'll just give you the high level understanding of the integration and integration time. Yesterday we were discussing about the multiple systems in any company. Basically, let's say your company is having about day as a HR system and when a DP as a payroll system, then in a Concur HR investment system. Then there is another time system. Your data is getting created in just one system, your core HR system. That is your Workday, and then that data is sent from Workday to all those systems. When you log in into Concur or A, D, P or anywhere, then you will be able to see your profile. You're not creating your profile separately there in state. You will be able to see the data, whatever you have updated in the birthday. This is possible via integration. We build integration which generally used to extract data from Workday and deliver data to the other downstream systems. There will be some frequent terms I'll be using. One is downstream system, and before this I will use these terms. First of all, integration And in integrations, there are 4 times odd bond in bond types based on direction, then by direction, and then for OMA, and here means for odd. In our bond integration system, the daily data will be extracted from Workday and it will be sent to downstream systems. Downstream systems are systems which is actually consuming data from Workday. For example, Workdays are for HR system and ADBS. The ADP is the payroll system, ADP is consuming data from Workday, in this case about. They will be the source system, upstream system, and the ADP is the downstream system. Why we use don't seem to some terms because when you join any company, then you will be able to see many our system. Collectively, we call those system at the on-scene system and later based on each and every vendor. You will be having different requirements, different issues, and you are going to deal with it now. Integrations are in a based on direction there. There are 4 kind of integrations. The integration one is from Workday to other system. We call this as odd bond integrations. Then in bond integration will be other system, what they will be consuming data from other system. For example, you are submitting timesheet in some other system and you want to have that data in Workday because you want to calculate the approvals and all. To calculate the leave approvals or anything, you need data from other system. You are getting data from other system. In that case, we will be building in bond integration, then bi-directional integration. You can say like you are sending something to Workday, something to other system, and then other system is sending data back to Workday, or other system is sending data to Workday, and then post-processing Workday is sending data to other system. This text is fine, right? I mean, it's not that small. You are able to see this. All this is very clear, right? Yes, cool. This bi-directional integration means something is coming into Workday and Workday is sending feedback. That's a bi-directional integration, or if other system, Workday sending data to other system, another system is sending data back to Workday. That's a bi-directional integration. This is rare. We generally don't work much in this bidirectional integration. Then there is boomerang integration. Boomerang integration means the source will be Workday and the target will be Workday. Let's say you have some data in the in bug basis let's say to hire any worker in Workday. We create job requisitions and we create positions. Now let's say you. When I hired you and I created position for you, you fill that position. You got hired in the company and after 6 months, you just left the company. When you left the company, then position was still open. When you left, the company position is open. Basically, that is an unnecessary position in the system and I really don't want those kind of position open in the system. It is unnecessary increasing the data load. What I will do is I will create an boomerang integration that will run every day. Identify those kind of positions which are opening to one day and it will automatically close all those positions which are unnecessary open in the workday. Here what is happening? I am getting data from the workday and then I am doing transaction in both days. There is no third party involved. This is what we call boomerang integration. It's a simple, like, there's a play boom boom, bring game as well, right? It's kind of that one only. These are the terms I'm going to use frequently, or bond integration. In bond integration, these two terms are here. We are not going to discuss anything about this too in, the whole training session, but I just gave you idea. Like, this is also we have. And then don't send system. You're clear, right? Like, whichever is the target system which is consuming data from Workday collectively. We call all those systems at Thomson systems. For example, yesterday we were discussing what they do ADP, what they do Concur, what they do that time. Tracking systems. All those mean apart from what they all the other systems are dancing systems. Sometimes it happens like what days. Also, consuming data from others is a very simple. Let's say in your company, repetition job, requisition job positions are handled by some other, vendors. If when you get hired, then some from any other system, whichever is managing the requisitions and positions, they are sending data. They are sending data to Workday, and those requisitions and positions are getting created into Workday, and then your profile is getting created. Here we are getting data from another absence system. In this case, Workday is a dancing system. It is pretty much simple. The source is the absence system. The target is the down system in equation. You know these directions and all know, right? Can you list on the downstream systems under this? Don't, since systems are not, static. It varies, from company to company. For example, yesterday I took example of Workday and mother system tried like the Workday. And there is another system, ADP, which is consuming data from Workday. Then Concur is consuming data from Workday. In this particular case, ADP and Concur is downstream system. Workday is the absence system. Source system looks like same output, right? Workday to other system. Same thing is doing here, right, in the downstream also. Yes, I mean down system. System is just a term. I mean here in the, we know this other system which I have mentioned here. This is downstream system. The examples which I have given, all those are not born integrations. You can see or you can see. All those systems are downstream system as well. Again, these are the integration types. And now let's come to the actual things reporting. Reporting, what do you understand from the term reporting? I mean, many of you have worked on. We know some reportings in whatever technology and in a HR domain and multiple domains you have worked on. In eating all of those domains, it might be may have encountered. Like your manager is asking some report kind of thing like how much progress you have done or no kind of data of your team and all. What do you exactly understand from the reporting? Anyone? We can visualize the data in graphical format. Anyone else? That's actually correct, but little bit correction there. It's not, always been a visualization, format. It's like, let's say, if I ask you to know, let's say you are in your hometown, in your society, and there are, and very flats in your society. If I ask you to, create a report in which I want to see, like, who are the owners from which locations on all those owners are. What you will do is you will start, you will use pen and paper in that. Yes, mostly, or maybe no, Excel sheet in Excel sheet. Basically, you will, Intel, each and every flag, and you will add multiple columns there. Like, this is the owner name. This is the honest location. This is the honest email address. It's honest phone number. It's kind of, report you are building. You are building a report in which you are extracting all the details of the owners of all the flats in your society. It's like a one collective data where you are reporting everything. You are getting all the details. That's the kind of reporting in reporting. There are multiple uses. Let's say your company is based in multiple countries. Let's say in India, Australia, US, Canada. Your company is establishing all this location. Now your chief, it's the QP want to know like how many employees are working in India, how many employees are working in Australia, what are those employees, what are those designation, how much salary they are offering in India, how much salary they're offering in Australia, how much money is getting it. They're spending in India. These are details, basically the data. They want the data in one particular format. And this is what we call it. Reporting. You understood what is reporting, one of what kind of scenarios you will get. Basically, we will learn about the reporting in this reporting. What we will learn is we will learn about the Workday standard reports. And then we will learn about the custom reports. What they are. Standard reports are Workday delivered reports. When I say daily word means whoever has created this product Workday. They have incorporated all those objects. Daily word means by default. Whenever you purchase this product, the license, you will be able to get all those objects in the system as well. Custom reports, wherever I use term custom, you understand those reports. Those objects are built by us. We are going to create those objects in the system. When I'm saying object can be anything. For example, custom report, that is an object. Field, that is an object. Insight, that is an object. Each and everything is an object in the Workday. Whenever I mention a daily word and custom, you just understand. Daily word means that is created by Workday itself. We are not creating that. We will be just using that. And whenever I say custom, you understand like we are creating. Workday is not delivering that. We are creating based on our requirements. I want something else. I want some different kind of bills involving. Basically, those are created by us and we call those as custom objects here. When we talk about the reporting, then also we have two kinds of reporting. The one is Workday standard reports. There are some reports which are delivered by what they created by Workday itself, and there are custom reports. These custom reports will be reports which we will be creating in the system. Now I'm going to Workday. Here in Workday, you will be able to see, in this search box, you will be able to see two things. One is report, other is task reports and tasks. There are some reports in which you can take any actions, and there are some reports where you can take action. We will discuss about these things in detail later, but you just remember when you search anything, for example, I mentioned create in this, create integration. I just meant you pressed enter U here. Task and report, and here you will be able to see whether that's a task or that is a report. This is a task here. We used to create integrations. And this is security group. Like this you will be able to see. Some other options which will be reports. When you type anything, you will be able to see two things in the task and report. One is the task and other is the reports. Here whenever you need to take actions. For example, you want to create something in the system. To create something in the system, you will be able to see the task. You are going to use the task. But whenever you need data, You want to understand the data in the system there. You will be able to see the memory for example, here if I search view security group, see here in the task and report, you are able to see the report. When I click on this one, it will ask for which security group you want to see. Let's say if I give HR admin, I'm selecting this one. Error admin, when I click on this, is giving me all the details. I mean, whoever has configured, the security group, whatever that person has configured, you will be able to see. Basically, you won't be able to do any. You won't be able to take any action from here. But you will be able to. This is just a report. If you want to take action on this security group, this is what we call related action. This triple dot. This is what called related action. If you need to do something, if you want to understand in detail, and if you want to see what are the options we have, for the security group, you can just click on this and you will be able to see the options. The tenant is a bit slow. In general, when you work in any company, that tenant it's not, this much slow. It will be pretty much fast. This is GMS tenant. This is for learning. Actually, many people are creating many things here in system. That's why this tenant is slow. That's fine. Now, when I click on this, this triple dot, this is related action. Then I can see multiple options here. From here, you can take action. What I'm trying to say is here, when you search anything in the search box, you will be able to see two things in the task and report. One is the task, that is the report. The task are, the items where you are going to actually create, you are going to take actions, and there will be reporting in reporting whenever you get the reports. When you search, when you click, sometimes it will ask for some inputs. Sometimes it won't ask anything. It will simply generate the data in a report format, in a field and column format. Now, in Workday, there is one interesting thing Workday has given up pretty much. Book is a very smart tool. And when I invoke it, there are too many objects. We have, for example, the core security groups. We know integration system, calculated face space. There are many things to make things easier. What Workday has given is free prefixes. Prefixes means you can, just type here question mark. You will get all the prefixes. The job of prefix is it makes your searching easier. For example, if you want to search any custom report, what you can do is you just mention R, D, colon, and name of the report. You will get the name of the report, all the reports. If you want to search integration in the system, type int, wise, colon, and then type the integration name. You will be able to see the integrations. Let me show you here. These question marks will give you all the prefixes, and we know that prefix is used for. You know what purpose. That will be mentioned here. Here. If you see, this, ignore this and a T, but you can. Just if you need to search address, you can just mention address. You see, if you need to search integration system, what you are going to use is you are going to use inits, y. These are the most frequent. This is the M, as tenant. You can see multiple things there, but we know you have to segregate. You're not going to each and every prefix, but some of the prefixes you are going to use on a regular basis. For example, this initialize, this is a very common. Let me give you what are all the prefixes you are going to use while searching. This is for to search for a report, then added colon will be used for searching report definition. Then in insights, this will be used for searching integrations, then or this will be used for searching organizations, JR, then JR, this is job requisitions. Mostly you are going to use this work very frequently. Just remember how exactly this works. Let me show you here. I have created some reports. What I will do is, I'll just mention Ardganish. Enter in end is actually really slow. You see, I have created whatever report when I have created, where I have mentioned, you know my name. This is giving me everything. All the report, and if I need to see the report definition, I can see a report definition from here as well. But when I click on this one, this will directly be executed because this is a report, and here if I search with RAT, this will give the report definitions. You see, here you are getting the report definition. Only earlier you were getting report and there was a separate link for report definition. If you need to search report, you are going to search by art column. Then you can mention the report name. If you want to search a report definitions, you just mention red colon, then the whatever report names. You don't need to remember exactly the report names. But let's say you created 10 reports or 20 reports in which we don't remember the exact report name. Instead, you remember, some portion of the name. For example, you are creating a benefits report. You don't know the exact name, but you know benefits. This has been red colon benefits. You will be able to, search your report, whatever you have created, then added, and then there is another one, integration for integration. We are going to use the int size colon. Whenever you enter int size colon and you have to put a little bit of your integration system name, maybe it would be, your integration ID or, integration name. For example, you are creating one integration for ADP. You are working in the company. Now there are some issues in ADP integration. Someone has raised that issue and you don't know the integration name. You don't know the integration ID, but you know like what they're sending data to this downtown system, ADP. In those cases, what you can do is you can simply type in size colon ADP. It will give the integration name if that ADP is mentioned in the integration name. If they are not mentioning anything in the description, which is rare. Whenever we create integration, we used to write names in a descriptive way that everyone understand why this integration has been built for and to be system. This integration has been built. Integrations are designed in that way. If you know the vendor name or the downstream name, you can just mention in size colon the vendor name or anything whatever you know about the integration this type. You will be able to see those integrations here. I just entered in CIS colon int and whatever integration names which contains int in the name, all those integrations you are able to see here. There is option of view more. When I'll click on view more, then you will be having more options. I'm not going to click on. It's really slow. I'm not going to click on this, but when you will be exploring, when you will get the access, you just try to explore the clicking on more, and then you will be able to see many more integration systems. These are the prefixes. Just try to remember some of the prefixes. Whatever I have mentioned, I would rather say you know whatever I am typing here in the notepad. I will say you just take notes. I'll type very only important things there in the notepad, and if there's any issue, you can just stop me and ask questions. You're clear with the prefixes. Any question on prefix? What is prefix? Why do we use prefix? No. I have a question. When you look for the security group, you selected admin and you got a bunch of options there. How do you know which one to choose? They are pretty much similar type of Workday admin, Workday administration out of it. How would you know? That that was just example, I just tried to, to search whenever you will. You will get those kind of things when you will actually start working. Then you will be having idea, you will be happy. Exact names, what exactly you need to look for, what exact item you need to work on. Let's say, if they're asking to modify some security, they will give the security name. Then only you will be able to modify, and gradually you will understand support integrations also. We generally use to create security groups. When we create security group, we mention security integration ID in the security group as well. We know for which integration we have created the security group. Whenever in future we need to modify, we will simply search the security group by integration ID, and you will be able to do the necessary actions. Don't worry about that thing. I was just showing. This is how when you type anything in search and when you get reports. Some of the reports are some inputs. When you put some input, it actually told you that it is. You won't be able to take access directly. It will show you only details of that object. That was, something I was solving. Anything else apart from that? You have finished. I have a concern this definition. If you click on it, what type of file it will open? See, basically, you know that. Anyways, we are going to discuss later in report. See, when you create a report, there is a report definition and there is report execution in which you will be able to see data. When I talk about report, there is two things and then I'll show you report. One is a report run which shows data, and second is report definition which shows the report design. This is our build part. This is our building part whenever we are creating the designing the development part. This is your output. You have already built the product and this is our photos here. Let me show you what is the difference between the board definition report. Let's say I am opening this report definition, some clicking opening in a new tab. See here you don't see any kind of data, right? It is like, this is a report definition where I have configured from this business object is many fields I am pitching. And what are the filters of filters? Basically, this is a development part of a design part. This is report definition. And what I mean not from report is when you go here and just run this report. This is actually a report. This is output. There I showed you two things, report and report definition. Report definition. I showed you how it looks like, but when you click on report, then you know it will ask for some inputs. When you will put that inputs that will generate data in this format. This is what we call report. Got it? Got it. Thank you. Yep, clear, right? Yes. Now let's come to what the standard reports. Prefixes. You are clear. You know there is no question there. Then we know this report. You understood. When I say report, what does that mean? And when I say a report definition, what does that mean? You're clear right now. Let's see what they standard report. Let's see, whatever reports delivered by birthday. There is one task in Workday as standard reports. You can note this down, Workday standard report. Yes, about then the standard report. See, this Workday as standard report is a report. When I'll click on this, this will be executed and this will create a data in this format. With different set of fields and columns. Let me create on this one, this Workday. A standard report means Workday delivered reports. Let me mention Staffy. There are 169 items here. I have select one categories. You can run without selecting any categories when you will be flowing. This will be one activity for you today. You can note it down. This is actually about the delivered reports. These are reports which we have not created. These are reports supplied the Workday itself when they launched this product. To get all those reports, what you need to do is you need to type Workday Standard Report, click on Workday Standard Reports. Do not put anything in report categories and just run the report. Here, I'm just removing all the categories running this view. There are total 16 reports delivered by Workday. Now there is no filter applied. Basically, this has generated all the delivered reports in all the categories. What is your activity will be is you need to explore, what are these reports? You don't need to explore each and every report, but you need to just, visualize this like what is the name of the report? What is the description? Why that report, has been created? What are the types of the delivered reports? Whether that report is schedulable or not. These are the security domains required to access. We know that all these 506 reports are delivered by, but we have not created this report now. The question is why Workday is delivering that report. See, the thing is, there are some, common things. Whenever you do some activity, there are some conventional things when after office, when you go to home. There are certain things which you do on a regular visit. Like you have your dinner, you have your lunch, then you go to sleep, and all those things are regular things. Which you are going to do daily, every day. Basically, what day is going for regular thing. For regular kind of data, they have already delivered some reports. You don't need to create data. For example, if you want to find the advisors. They have already given one report, Find Advisors. You can just run that find advisor report, and you will be able to see all the advisors. Now let's say, these are generatings, for example, in integration system. If we talk about, let's say, Workday is the HR system, AD, P is again payroll system, and Concur is the time trial reimbursement system. Here, there are certain data which every system requires. Your employee ID, your employee name, that is required by ADP in ADP also. You want to see your name only, not like we know in Workday, you want to see your name as Apple. But in ADP, you want to see your name as Mango. Nobody does that. That's a conventional thing, right? If your name is Apple, you are going to update your name Apple in the Workday, and you want to see the same name in other terms in systems also. In this case, if you see there are some common data. Each and every system is asking for some common data, your name now, let's say. If every system is asking for some common things, we should be having some as a center dice objects. And that's what Workday is delivering. Workday has created reports where they have mentioned common things. If someone is asking the same common thing, then you can simply use that report. If people are asking for some different customizations, if they want some more fields in that report, what you can do is you can just copy that custom report, utilize that report. Let's say 6% of the report. They know you are working on the body you saw, delivered it, and whatever requirement you have thought you saw, 60% of the requirement is matching in that report. You have to work on only 40% of the data. What you will do is you will just copy that report. Whatever columns they are looking for, and whatever columns that is already there in the report, you will keep those columns. Just match and keep those columns if there is. If there are some phase which they are asking, and that is not there in the custom report, in that delivered report, then you just add those fields in the new report which you have copied. Workday has given this many reports, just For the simplification, we get the idea. You know how and where the fields are stored. Now, if there are, more common things, we can just simply utilize these delivered reports. If there is any kind of customizations required, then we can copy the custom report. His delivered reports here. For example, let me show you this is the list of all the delivered reports if we talk about here. This is where we apply filter in the report. When you will click on this one, you will get option to apply filter. Now here, if I free any, you see if I want to see, all the workers who had received the offer letter, accepted the offer letter, but did not join the company, there is one custom report. We have no show event detail report. They have not joined the company. Now if I open this custom report, it's delivered report. These are not custom report. These are delivered report. If I open this report and if I want to run, I can just simply go and run this report. There is no data actually. Basically, what I did is, this is a Workday delivered report. This Workday delivered report is offering some of the fields and values. These are the fields they have, configured in the report. For example, event pre-hire, evented supervisory organization, manager hiring restrictions, a status marked as no completion rate. These are the columns they have added in this, delivered report. Now let's say if I want these many details, or let's say, if I don't need this one completion date, I just need the 6 fields from this report. I can simply use this report instead of creating a new one. Now let's say this is a delivered report which is offering 8 fields in the report, but I need couple of more fields. Let's say I need we not in more films. What I will do is I'll just copy this report, this delivered report. See, there isn't one option of copy. Copy a standard report. When I click on copy, it will ask that new report name and if that put within pottery, and all this something we are going to discuss in detail later. Now I can copy this custom report. Click and see here you have option to edit fields. You can remove some of the fields. You can add fields. Let's say someone has asked you to create to show the no show events. This report is already for no show events. And just see whatever what are the fields they are requesting. If the field whatever they are requesting is already there in this delivered report, you just say this delivered report with them. They will be able to see the data. You will be also be able to see the data. Now, let's say they have asked for something. Yes, they have asked you to add some more fields in this report. You can simply copy that delivered reports and there you can add other columns as well. Whatever column they are asking, we know you can add those columns over here. Your task will be today, but we know today what you need to do is first of all you need to explore the Workday, your profile, your notification book, my task, all these things you need to explore. Then your second activity will be explore Workday standard reports. See in which category, what kind of report are there. Try to run that report and then try to copy some report. This would be activity for you today. The layer. Anyone is having any issues? I'm going to explain a little bit more in this. Standard reports. Are you able to understand what is delivered? Reports. Can anyone answer? What exactly you understood from the term delivered reports or Workday standard report? Delivered reports are the reports, made by the Workday, not by us. The customer reports too are done by us, like And now we know there are certain clauses here. Basically, you can't make any kind of changes in the delivered report. If you try to edit this delivered report, you won't be able to do that. If you need to edit any delivered report, what you need to do is you need to copy copy this standard report in. When you copy that standard report, that will become a custom report. You just need to copy this standard report, create a custom report there. You can edit the custom report. If you want to remove the face, you will be able to do that. If you want to add the face, you will be able to do that. If you want to apply filter, you will be able to do that. But in this delivered report, you won't be able to do anything. This is the clouds, now the second class. But we can add or delete we can add some more columns, right? No, you can't do here. I am able to do because I have copied this report. When you copy the report, then it becomes a custom report. Got it. In a standard report, you won't be able to do anything. You will be able to just run the report now this delivered. Reports are of two types. Here, let me open this notepad activity will be explore Workday, a standard report. You just explore and just take, just build some, those builds kind of thing. This is a, when you need to explore, You need to type Workday standard report in the search box. When you type, if you want to see reports for a specific category, just mention the category, click on. If you want to see, all the delivered reports, simply click on. It will show you all the delivered reports. Now, in delivered reports, you won't be able to edit, delete, update, or anything in the delivered reports. If you want to add some fields, remove some fields in the delivered report. You need to copy that standard report in a custom report. Then only you will be able to do that. Now second part. Here is second class is here a standard. Reports are of two types. One is report writer and second is expression. The difference is report writer. You will be able to copy and then customize. You can also view the report. You view, copy and then customize. Customize the copied one. Not the standard one copied in its pressure report. Basically, you will be able to only view the data you won't be able to copy, cannot be copied or customized. This is the main difference between report writer and expression report here. If you see there are two kind of reports, see there is report writer and expression. You won't be able to see any other, Third type of report, there will be just two type of report. One is expression, other is report. A writer report writer reports you will be able to copy and then you will be able to customize as well. Basically, when you create, when you copy a standard report, it will becomes a custom report and custom reports are customizable. You can, make changes in the custom report. But here, let's say if I open this one, view worker time eligibility rule. Let's say I'm opening this one. This is the expression report. This is just the iTask. What you need to do is you need to type here, I'm canceling this one, view worker time eligibility. View worker time eligibility rule. This is a report and here if I search for any report, if I see any, then this is something, is actually, you won't be able to actually, copy or do something. This is something is not a report. This is a report expression report here. You cannot, just copy and, make changes. Just something you can think as a task here. You know what exactly, whether it's a task or thing. That's a different thing. But what you need to remember here is there is a basic difference between express report and report writer. Report writer can be copied. Express reports cannot be copied. And both these reports are, delivered by working. You won't work on, much on this, expression, and also you won't work much on this report writer. But let's say when you joined any company, you got reporting domain. When you get any reporting domain, this is not a specific training for report. This is for integration but when you will actually do the training for report, then you will have to understand each and every part of this report, because people will be reaching out to you for multiple reports. You should know what are the reports already. They are already in the system, and what are all the reports for which you need to create a report. For that understanding you need to do. But from integration side, I mean you just understand there are two kind of delivered report. One is expression, other is report writer. You can use you can copy report writer reports, but you will not be able to copy expression reports. This one clear. Now next thing is how to run a standard report. I showed you. This is the standard report. If you want to open, you can click on this triple dot. Also, you can search that report name here. Also again, search box here in a standard report you will be able to. You will get the option to run the standard report, and when you will open the standard report, run the standard report, then you will be able to copy as well. You will be able to copy that report, and you can customize as well. Now next thing, what you need to the next activity, uh, which you need to do is here. Now you know what is Workday standard reports. You can open some of the standard report as well. Your next activity will be here. You already explored Workday standard report copy. Your first section will be copy standard. But I have showed you how to copy a standard report. Copy a standard report and give name with your prefix that you can identify when you will copy and when you will create anything in your system. Let's say you are creating a custom report or you're copying any report. Try to mention your name. For example, I can mention C. I am mentioning my full name whenever I creating anything, but I can mention GAN. GAN just to identify that this report has been created by me. I'll say, whenever you create reports, you copy reports, then you also mention name of some part of your name, prefix of your name. Anything that you identify, otherwise you see you are 6 people in, 5 to 6 people here. If you copy same report and if you don't, give anything with the name, then the same. When you will search that report, you will be able to say 6 reports in the tenant, right? Because the same tenant is being shared with everyone. You are working on the same tenant simultaneously. When you will copy report, just put some part of your name that you understand what is, which report is created by you. Here your activity will be a prefix of your name and then custom report name, or let's say report name. You need to copy, because copy one of the standard report, and you will be able to copy this only for report writer, it writer type of delivered report, express report. Anyways, you will not be able to just copy one standard report. Give your prefix as a name, and then whatever the report name is that you understand this report is created by you. Second activity will be explore what all the options you can see in copy. What this means is here. If I am copying, let's say this is the report, there is one report, active employees. This is active employees. This is a one of the delivery reports what you have to see everyone use. This active employee report, only that you will be insane. I'm just mentioning the report name here, active employees. Copy a standard report, active employees. To copy, what you need to do is you just go to here, related action. Go to a standard report, run the standard report. This is the active employee list here you go to. This is do not use, but anyways, you will be able to do the actions. Here a standard report. There is one copy options. When you get the copy options, let's say here, I'm just mentioning Ganesh, active employees and removing this copy, creating a temporary report that it will be automatically deleted after some time. That I will explain later how that works. Let's say I have copied that active employees delivered report. Here, what you need to do now is when you will copy, you will be able to see some options here, some fields here. For example, report name or type in, data source type, primary business objects. You need to just explore all these things. You explore. What are this? Business, object, field, sort. I'm going to explain each and everything. What is this business object? What is this field? But from your side, you just have a high level view of the report. Like what are the options? You can see in this report here, you can see option of sorting, then filtering, then there is sub filter, then prompt output, share, advance. Just try to explore all of these things. Definitely. You don't know all these things. Why we have share option, why we have output option, that is something I'm going to explain, but at least you just explore what are the options. What are the fields you can see when you are actually copying it? Standard report. This will be another activity. You will be able to do this, all these things, right? I mean, you are having one or two or time, right? Yes, I mean, just try to do this and we can discuss, later in upcoming sessions. Dates will be very fruitful when you will explore this custom reports or the options of custom reports. You will be having questions, which you will be able to understand, you will be able to ask. I would say always, when you are attending any session, try to explore a bit about that session and then come to the session. It will help you to build your patience and understand things in a clear way. Anyways, this will be your activity number 2. Your first activity is explore Workday standard report, the delivered report which is supplied by Workday. Your second activity would be copy one, a standard report. Give your name and then explore what are the options you can see in that report. And also try to modify some of the options here in this columns. Let's say there are 8 fields. Just try to, if you want to add some fields, you can just click on this plus and try to add some base. Then if you want to remove fields, then try to just click on this. You will be able to remove face. You just do this kind of exploration. Then we will discuss this reporting stuff in detail tomorrow. Next thing is in this, when there are two options of copy list and delivered report, one option I showed you, option 1 is run standard report. Go to related action, standard report, and then you will be able to see option copy. Option 2 is you have one task, copy a standard report in custom report. Not sure, in order to let me check that, copy a standard report to custom report. Here the task is copy a standard report to custom report. If you already know the name of the standard report which you want to copy, you can simply search for this task in the search box, and then you just mention the report name. You will be able to copy the standard report. You have to copy the standard report with both the options just to understand what are the options we have to accomplish. Each and every activity Workday offers many persons at least 2 to 3 options. To copy one standard report, Workday is offering 2 options. There are 2 ways by which you can copy. Just explore these 2 options. As part of this activity only can I get, some more time, like, 5 to 10 minutes, or I won't take much time. I will take, 10 more minutes. This activity, you are clear, right? What do you need to do? If you have any question related to this activity, you can ask. All good. Now the next thing is there's one more thing which I just want to, cover today, and then we will continue tomorrow. When you will copy any custom report, let me click in custom report. There is one option, report tags. Report tags means categorization. Let's say, you are working in reporting section in your company in Workday when you will join. There are multiple roles. Some of you will become, will go in the reporting domain where you just need to work on the reports. Some of you can go in the integration where you need to work on integration, calculated fields, and reports as well. And then the functional configurations. Now let's say you are working in reporting domain. There you need to create every day. You are just working on reports. You are building new reports. Benefits team is asking for new reports. Substance team is asking for new reports. Payroll team is asking for new reports. Compensation team is asking for new reports every day. Many people will, approach you and they will ask you to create multiple reports based on their requirements. In these cases, let's say if you want to categorize all the reports, if you want to segregate all the report, let's say if you want to see all the reports which are used in compensation domain, for those kind of things, what we generally do is we create report tags. Reports tags are very simple. There is no much use of report tags. The main use of report tags is to search your reports in a particular way, to categorize your reports in a particular way. For example, let's say I am building this report for integration. What I'll do is I'll tag this report with integration tag. When I'll search here add integration, let's say I'll search add integration. When I search for art integration, I'll be able to, all these, whatever reports you will be able to see. All these report definitions are tagged with our report tags integration. If I open this report in a new tab, Oh, they have not even. Basically, these have. Basically, you know what I'm trying to, explain. Here is a see this report. Tags will be used for the categorizations when you will be. I mean, this is a government sentence. Here and there are many, flaws, but, we are going to learn. Basically, whenever I will say like, you create a separate tags for, your name with your name. You can simply create a report tags from here. Just click on here. There is a report tag. Create a report tags you. You need to create a report tag for the very first time. Now let's say, Karuna is working on the course. He's, creating, many reports in the system, for learning. Kind of what you will do is whenever you create any report, at very first time you create a report tag with your name Karuna, and then after that, whatever report you will be working, you will be creating. Just add your name in the report tags. Let's say here I am creating one tag Ganesh, that is someone has already created Ganesh new. I created this now. Next time, whenever I'll create any report or work on any report, I'll just tag with my name if let's say I forget whatever I have created. I'll simply type here Ganesh new. There is just one report that my name, Ganesh. Just now I created this tag and only one report is tagged with, this, new report tag, that is integration activity, which I created just now. See, you will be able to see just one, just one. This is the purpose of this report tags. You segregate, report in different sections. Now let's say you now involved there are multiple modulus benefit module, absence module. You are creating 5 reports for absence, 2 reports for benefits. How can you segregate exactly? You create a different tag for benefit and you create a different tag for absence. Whenever you are creating a report for absence of the space, you just tag that report with the absence. Whenever you are creating report for the benefits, team, you just tag that report with the benefits. Report tag, and you can simply, it will help business as well. You just ask them to search report where this means rat colon, that tag name. They will be able to see all the reports which has been created for that particular module and which are shared with them. Let's say you have created 5 reports and that 5 reporting. In all those 5 reports, you have tagged this connection. You have access to view all the reports. You will be able to view all the 5 reports, but that business won't be able to see all the 5 reports in those 5 reports. If you have several shared reports, only 2 reports. They will be able to view only 2 reports. If you have saved shared 3 report, they will be able to see C3 reports. Whatever reports are shared with them, they will be able to search via this tag names. Are you clear? What is the use of this report tags? Or any question with this report tags? I'm, I'm just adding here one more thing in activity. Create the report tag with your name and tag the copied report with your newly created report tag names. See, I don't have options to, put this activity in the chat. I do not see any option. But have you all noted all these things like whatever you have to do noted or phenomena? All these things now you can remember as well. And this is a very first session actually. You can remember, also. But, if you don't remember, you just type all these things or, take a screenshot and then, just perform this activity today. Today we have covered very basic things. We have not covered, many things. The reason is it's just the first session. Now, I'm not going with that phase gradually. Definitely, I'm going to increase the speed of the session. We are going to, discuss a lot of items in the session, but that is something we will learn gradually. Initially, I want you guys to be familiar with, this Workday screen and all what? What options we have Workday? What options we have in custom reports? That's why, I'm just giving you activity to explore and, do the basic actions. Now you know one task, which is Workday standard report, which will give you all the reports which are delivered by Workday. Now, when you are copying a standard report, it is becoming a custom report. Now, if you want to find out how many custom reports we have in the system, then what you can do is you can run one task, all custom reports. There is one task, all custom reports. You can click on this report, all custom report, and it will give you the list of all the reports which has been created in this system. If I click, then it will give each and every custom report in the system. Now I think you are clear. What is delivered and what is custom delivered is something which has been created by Workday itself. Custom is something which we are creating in the system. Custom is something which has been created by Workday itself. Here in this tenant, there are total 62 to 26 custom reports. Custom is something which has been created by Workday itself. Those reports are, you can filter the type of report. Then you can filter based on data source. Custom is something which has been created by Workday itself. You can filter the type of report. You can filter the type of report. For anything. Then when exactly the report was created, when exactly this report was updated. When is the last time this report was run? And who exactly ran that custom report in the system? You are able to see everything. If you want to see how many custom reports are there in the system, you can run all custom reports. And if you want to check any specific custom report, for example, you already know like there is one custom report benefits. And you want to check who has created that custom report. What exactly is that custom report? Who has created when exactly that custom report was created? When that custom report was last time executed? All those details you will be able to see using this all custom report task. You can explore. This will be another activity. Like you explore the all custom report that you know. You remember what exactly this is showing. You are not taking any actions here. Instead, you will be able to see the details of all the custom reports. This all custom report will show you the list of all the custom reports which have been built by some user in the system. It may be you, maybe me, it may be anyone. Whoever has created, but that report has been created by some individual user. Someone's profile. You will get the list of all those custom reports using this all custom report, task. You can search for all custom report, click enter. And then you will be able to see this later. Now, yesterday, when I gave the activity, I think you explored when you copied a standard report. You might have explored custom report as well. And in that custom report, you might have seen multiple things. Data sources, for example, if I open this. Here, I think report is already open. You might have seen like there are a couple of things in this custom report. There is one report tag which we discussed yesterday. The report name, that is something you are giving when you are creating a report. Then the report type, then data source. Data source type by primary business object and there are business object field. There are too many things you have seen. Here are a couple of things we will know. We will know now that is what is business, object columns, rows, data sources, all those things. What we are trying to understand now is what are the reporting terminologies? What are the things we are going to use in a custom report? And how exactly we are going to use a custom report? You might have experience in a database. I'm going to relate this, with database, or let me create one database. Let's say there is a company in which there is one table employee. In this employee this is employee table. Here the field are first name, date of birth, gender, hire date, 2024. Then here will be one, let's say some date 1 2020, let's say 2000, gender then hire date is 1 2024. This is a form. Here too, at 2. Let's copy this one. Here in the ABC company, there is a one table. That table name is employed. And that table stores employee, first name employee, last name employee, date of birth, gender and hire date. There could be many more. In Workday, we have some terminologies. For example, business object. In Workday, what happens? All the data is stored in business object. Business object. What is this business object? You can assume business object is this. This employee is one business object. And this employee business object is storing employee details. Here, in this case, this employee is a business object. This is just an example. There can be many business objects in the system. For each and every type of data, there will be separate table and that will be maintaining the details of those data. For example, here employee, then there will be some other table dependent. There could be other table location. There could be other table benefits. Other table compensation. There could be many tables. There will be many more tables. We will know how many tables we have in Workday. We are not going to call them table instead. What we will be calling as business object. Business object is a kind of table in Workday which is storing employee details. Or you can say that the details related to that table. Here, the table name is employee. This is storing employee details. Dependents table will store dependent details. Location table will store location address details. Benefit table will store benefit details. Now here in the employee table, this is a business object. And here, whatever you can see first name, last name, date of birth, gender, hire date, these are fields. These are fields. This column, all this column, first name, last name, date of birth, hire date, these are called as fields. Then here you can see many rows. Each row contains one employee details. Each row contains one employee details. This row contains a one employee details. This row contains a two employee details. Here, in this case, each row will be called as instance. You can say instance 1, then you know it's instance 2. There are 7 instances in this table. Basically, like this employee, there are many tables. And in those tables, there will be many fields associated. It could be n number of fields. Here I have just mentioned 5 fields. When you will check Workday, then you will be able to see 200, 300 fields in just one business object. In another business object, you will be able to see another. 100 fields or 50 fields. And in each and every table, the fields will be considered as columns. The rows will be considered as instances. There can be many fields. It's not limited. You can create additional fields on those business objects. And then, at the same time, the instances will be the number of records. In a company, let's say there are 2,000 employees. This employee business object will store 2,000 instances. Dependence could be, more, could be less. Location could be more, could be less. If anything. But what you need to understand is how data is getting stored in a Workday. If you want to visualize, you can visualize like this. There is a business object. That business object is having many fields configured, and each and every fields are holding values for each and every employees. The fields will be considered. The columns will be considered as fields, and the rows will be considered as instances. For an example, if a company is having 1,000 employees, the employee business object will be having 1,000 instances. Now there is another thing, database. Now in database, you have heard tables, views, rows and columns. In database, what we have is tables, views, columns and rows. What table is here? Business object. I showed you the table. Now what exactly we do in view? In view, what we generally do is, if we need to get a subset of data from a table, we generally create a view with some filter. And sometimes, we join two tables or three tables to get the desired fields in one view, right? Let's say, like for example, there are 1,000 workers in the company in which there are 780 active. If you want to get data from a table, there are 80 active employees. In this case, you don't need terminated employees as well. You just need only active employees. If you need only active employees, then why not? We query on only this 780 active employees. There is no point of doing query on this terminated employees. What we are trying to do is there is a larger number of sets, and in which we are trying to find one subset, and we will be creating reports that will enhance the performance. Right? Because that report doesn't need to query for 1,000 workers. Instead, that report has to query for only 780 workers, active workers. Basically, here we have one term data source. Data source will act as a view in Workday system. Then columns will be your fields. And rows will be your instances. If you want to visualize how data is stored, how exactly we are going to get data from Workday, then if you know database concept, you understand Workday. As you know in database concept, you can understand like business objects are tables in Workday, data sources are view in Workday, fields are columns in Workday, and instances are rows in Workday. Now we have another terminal lawsuit. The next terminal lawsuit is primary business object. A primary business objects are the main object for the report. Primary business object is the main object for the report. This business object holds the data, and this business object is going to display. This business object is going to be displayed in your report. When I say primary business object, then there will be another term, related business object. I'll explain, with example, what is this related business object? What is primary business object? What is primary business object? And what is related business object? Let's take and let's consider this example. Here in a company there are 7 employees. This is just ABC company. In this ABC company there are 7 employees. For this employee, this company, this employee is a primary business object. This employee as a primary business object is holding details of each and every employee. One instance for each and every employee. Now this employee can have multiple dependents. For example, if this employee is, married and has children, then it could be There could be 3 dependents or 4 dependents for him. Dependents as in, let's say A1 is having spouse, son and daughter. Spouse name is, let's say any name, let's say S1. Son is, let's say, just name is son only and daughter is daughter. Daughter 1. Basically, if this employee is having 3 dependents. See, when you join any company, you know that company asks you to update dependents, right? They ask you to, update you to the nominations, and then dependents that they can also get benefits. Basically, when you join any company, there are health insurance schemes, right? In that health insurance scheme, they ask you to update your dependents. And from those dependents, they used to decide like who exactly are going to cover in the health insurance. You can take add-ons as well. Here in the company, for you, you are just one employee. There cannot be 2 employees with the same employee and same name. There will be unique records for each and every employee. For this employee A1, there is a record. There is one instance here, B1, all these details. Their dependent details are stored in different table. This is dependent table. In this dependent table, your dependent details are stored. Here, in this case, this employee will be the primary business object because this is the primary entity in the company, and all these dependents are the related business objects. These are related to A1. All these are related to A1. These are not employees of the company. These are in relation with A1. In this case, employee will be primary business objects and dependents will be related business objects. Now, next is you understand the primary business object and then related business objects. This is fine. And now you also understand the business objects. If I say, if I ask like how location details are stored in Workday, then how would you understand and like how exactly it is, stored in Workday? Can anyone explain how it could be? Let's say there is one business object location. And if we want to identify the, address, line 1, postal code, and all those details, how can you visualize like how data will be stored in Workday? Basically, I just want you to describe the location business object. You know when. When I'm saying you need to describe location business object, that means I already mentioned what are the fields that is storing. Here, in this case, just tell me location is a business object. What is field here? What are instances here? What are fields here? Let's say here location. Location. This is business object. In this business object, there is street, place, address, line 1, state, country, zip code, place, address, line 1, state, and state. Here, in this case, this is a table. I'm trying to create one table. Let me do that. This is a table. Now in this table, what exactly is instances? See, here you saw the unique rows. But see what I'm trying to say here is this is one table. And each and every row is one instance. If I change the table, let's say here instead of employee, if I'm talking about the location table, here also this. Fields are, these columns are filled. This street address is filled. This address line is filled. And all these rows are instances. It could be one-to-one relation. It could be one-to-many relations. Here, one employee can work from only one location in a company. Right? Therefore, employee to location, there is one-to-one location. If company is allowing to work, to work from multiple locations, then it will be one-to-many relations. And here from employee to dependent, there will. This is definitely a one-to-many relation. That relationship we will learn later. One-to-one and one-to-many. But yes, you're right. Here employee is the primary business object. This dependent is a related business object. This location is also related business object. Now let's say there are. Now if we need to get the details of the dependents, first name, last name, date of birth, gender. If you want to extract these, if you want to consider those fields, then all those fields will be related to employee dependents. Here again, employee will be the primary business object and dependents will be the related business object. We are going to discuss that, later, but I just wanted to, let you know like what exactly is business object. And in business object, when we say what is primary business object, what is related business object, you should be able to relate, and it is a relative term. It is a relative term. For example, dependents can also have location. Dependents can also be part of one location, and here is the location table. Now here, dependents will become the primary business object and location will become the secondary, related business object. If we want to get the street address of each and every dependence, then in that case this location will become related business object. This dependence will become primary business object. Now let's come to data sources. The next is data sources. All these terminologies will be used when you will be creating a custom report. Tomorrow we are going to create, some custom reports and we will start, custom reporting concepts. All these terminologies will be used there and then you will be able to relate and understand. And here one more thing. See, I am saying this business object is considered as tables. But whenever you talk to someone in Workday terms, never mention tables. I just explained this to relate that you can relate. If we need to relate Workday from database management system, then this is how you can visualize a business. Objects are tables, data sources are views. But if when you are talking, let's say you are attending any interviews there, you can explain like this, only tables views, that is something you can use. But don't call employee table and dependence table. When you're talking about Workday. Explain business object and all that's fine. you can consider. But always talk in terms of Workday terms. Business object data sources. Now, data sources are of two types. One is a standard data source. And second is index data source. I mean, both these data sources are, delivered data sources only. It's not mean, only standard one are delivered. Both are delivered data sources only. These data sources are provided by Workday. Now here a standard data source. A standard data source are like, normal. Just a normal data source. Here, as I explained, employee data, employed is a business object. Data source is created on business object only. It's a kind of view. Here, data sources can be a standard, means there is one data source which can contain all the workers. Then there is second, another data source which can contain only active employees or some other details. Then there comes, it's a regular data source we have in Workday. You will understand more a standard database when I will talk about the index data source. Index data source are actually created for optimizing performance. Index data source are some special type of data sources which does not contain all the records. It contains only specific rows, specific instances that it enhances the performance in the report. Here, if you see in Workday, let's say I'm trying to create a custom report. To create a custom report, there is a task create custom report. Index data source has been created, to enhance the performance of the custom report. And if there are some limitations as well, you will not be able to find index data source for each and everything. That's why we have some standard data sources. Wherever it's possible in Workday, you use index data source. If there are, cases where you are not able to get desired information from index data source, then you use a standard data source. Here, if you show, and here, if I show, you create custom report. Here, if you show you have a custom report, basically, let's say, in your colony there are, 10 houses. Now, let's say, there are 2 colonies. In one colony, there are 10 houses. And each and every house is, house is having same design, same color. Now there is another colony where, there, in that colony also, there are 10 houses. 10. And in those 10 houses, each and every one, each and every house design is different. And color is also different. Now, if I, in both the colony, I have my home. If I ask you to search my home in first colony, and if with the description, if I say, let's say you enter in the colony, just go to the right and you will be able to see my house. And in the second colony, I said you same thing, but I added one more thing. Whichever house is having red color, that will be my house. In which house you will be able to identify my house easily. The first one, all the houses are, whichever colony is having different color. And if I, say like whatever house is red, that's my house. Whenever you enter the colony, it's pretty much easy for you to now search my house. And in the first colony, where each and every house looks like same. See, you will be able to find my house, but you will take some more time. You are going to read each and every board, and then you will find my name. But then only you will be able to understand. But in the second colony, whenever you enter the colony at a very first class, you will be able to understand. This is my house. That is in red color. That is the difference between a standard data source and index data source. Standard data sources are like, common. Everything is there. You need to find out. You will take some more time. Index data sources are like you have specific information in which you know what to search, and you can easily identify. I mean, you will take very less amount of time to find all those data, all those details. This is the difference between standard data source and index data source. Here, if you see, there is a data source, all active and terminated workers. Terminate workers. See this, all active and terminated workers. Here you can see there is one database symbol. This is a standard data source. This is a standard data source. And wherever you are able to see this, kind of what we call this symbol. You can't call this symbol as some electric symbol, something kind of. This symbol is actually index data source. Whenever you search for any data sources, how exactly you are going to search and all, that is a different thing. We are going to cover tomorrow that thing. But don't worry about that thing. Basically here, whatever data source you are going to enter, how exactly you are going to understand whether that is a standard data source or that is index data source. You will be able to understand via this symbol. If the symbol is database, then this is a standard data source. And the other symbol is index data source. You will be able to see only two kinds of data sources here. It is mentioned in the index. But from symbol you can identify there is one more use of, the symbol. When you use index data source, then you will see when you will call the column, when you will actually enter the field in the report. There also you will be able to see the difference. But anyways, I mean to identify here, index will also be there. You can identify from this index. There is in bracket, there is index written. From this, you will be able to identify index data source. And this is normal data source. Now, if I say this all active and terminated workers, this all active terminated workers contain all the instances of active employees and all the instances of terminated workers. Basically, whoever is part of this company, whether employees, active or inactive, you will be able to see all the worker details. And when I selected this data source, automatically this optimized for performance got unchecked. This optimized for performance will only be checked for index data source. Now let's say here I'm using another data source, which is index data source. Worker for STEM reporting. This data source also contains same kind of information. But this is the index data source. When I selected index data source, this is not auto-checked. This is auto-checked. This checkbox is auto-checked, but then when I'll use a standard data source, then it will not be checked. It will go blank. Now, how exactly we are going to use this data source? That's a different thing, but at a high level, you need to understand a standard data sources. Sorry, index data sources are more performance oriented than a standard data sources. How exactly you can identify? You can identify using this symbol. Also, when you will click on this, you know triple dot that is related. You know that is related. You know related action here. In data source type, you will be able to see index. This is how you are going to, identify the index data source and a standard data source. Now there is, one checkbox or, optimize for performance. Here the observation which we see is when we are selecting a standard data source, then this checkbox is got disabled. But when we are selecting index data source, then it gets enabled. What exactly this is doing? What happens in index data source? We have index fields as well. If you want to use non-index field in your report, then this will be auto unchecked. If you are using only index data source with the index field, then only this will be checked. When we will be creating a custom report there, I will show you like when you are checking and when you are unchecking, what differences you will be able to see. Basically, you will be able to see, some of the fields will appear, and then those fields will not come when you will check this checkbox. That is something we are going to learn tomorrow when we will be actually creating a custom report. But for the time being, did you get what is a standard data source and index data source? Now there are other terminologies. Today we will just cover the terminologies. It can every terminologies whatever we are going to use in the report. Now next terminologies are the database system, database management system, right? In database managers management system, basically when you try to create a table, let's say you are trying to create an employee table. In that employee table, you have to create 5 fields. Whenever you are creating fields, you have to define the data type of the fields right. Whether a name is a string, name is a worker, name is double, name is number. What exactly is name, right? Basically, when you create any table and when you configure the fields there, you define the data type. In Workday also, we have some data types. Those data types are text, then numeric, then we have currency, date and time is separate. We have data types. Then we have Boolean. Then we have single instance. And then we have multi-instance. And the last is self-referencing. Now we know text is something you know that is a string. For example, we know this is a text. This is also a text. Text is something just a string. Numeric means numbers. Currency means the currency value like 50, the 50 $100. Those are currency. Dollar, those are symbols. Those are currency. Then we have date time June, and then Boolean. Boolean means mainly you need to understand these 4. Boolean is something true or false. Either yes or no. Let's say you are asking one question. Are you male or female? If I ask you a question, are you male? Then you can answer yes or no, right? Either yes or no. We are going to create multiple conditional things. Conditional fields here. Those conditional fields will return. Let's say if there is email, if the person is male, then you know that has to assign this much of thing. If the worker is female, then that will be assigned something else. If we need to create those, there are automatically. You know there are some work they delivered. You know Boolean case as well, which will return true or false. For example, active. Active is a Boolean field. Here in the report, if you try to add one field active, then you will see active status is a Boolean field and you will see T and F symbol there. I'm going to show you that think more of the symbol and dollar that will return true or false. When you will run the report, then that field will return either yes or no. It will return either yes or maybe blank. Blank is no. In work, the blank is no. It will be true. This is true false. True false type of field. Then we have single instance field. Single instance fields are like here in this table employee. They are employed. This employee is a single instance field. One income in one company. Your profile can be only once. You cannot have multiple profiles in the company. And that profile is actually, that these fields are single instance fields. You can say the instances are also, this is a single instance of fields. Basically, you cannot have multiple profiles in your company. You will be having just one profile. You are a single instance. Worker is a single instance field. But worker can have multiple dependents. Whenever we talk about dependents, this dependent is a multi-instance field. Let me show you how this looks like. Here, if you see, there are many fields, almost all kinds of fields. Let me add one more. Then I'll show you. The tenant is a bit low. Now see, here there are some symbols. See this employee, ID is a text field. Can you see? Let me make this a bit bigger. Now this is too much big, but anyways. Here, if you see this, let's see. See this employee, ID is a text field. Now this employee ID is a text field and that will be represented by this T. This T means this is a text field. Then this active header. This is a Boolean field. This will return yes or no, true or false. The true or false symbol is this one, a T and F. This is a Boolean field. This is a Boolean field. Whenever you see this symbol, this is a Boolean field. Now this is a numeric field. Now this is a numeric field. When I will call myself, there will be some situation where you are going to call yourself. That is a self-referencing field. This symbol is going to, this symbol will be used to denote self-referencing field. Then you will see date field. This is a date field. Here you can see the calendar. This is a date field. Now if you scroll down a bit, then here see, this symbol is your single instance field. Worker can have only one gender. It cannot be worker, cannot be male or female, both. Either it will be male or female, or just a different thing. Basically, there is, just one gender of a worker. This is a single instance field. Now, if you see in the last, this is dependence. Dependence is a multi-instance field. Here you can see there are multiple nodes coming from one root node. This is a multi-instance object symbol. And it shows like there is one origin. And from that origin there are multiple branches or opening. That is a multi-instance field. But single instance field means if worker can have just one gender, that is a single instance field. Worker can have multiple dependents. That dependent is a multi-instance field. Now your next activity today. I think you know that activity I already gave yesterday. Whenever you are copying a custom report, whenever you are copying a standard report to custom report, you need to explore that custom report. I think some of you have already explored, like there are some prompt tabs. Then there is a filter tabs, soft filter tab. But that is something you have already explored. Again today, you have to explore that custom report only. And in that custom report, just try to identify whatever reports you are copying. Let's say active employees you are copying. In that active employees, there are some fields. 10 to 11 fields are added, right? What you need to do is you need to explore what those fields are. How will you explore? I mean, what data type of that field is. That is something you will be able to explore via symbol. You can just, see the symbol. You will be able to identify what field data type is. That is one thing you need to explore. The second thing today you need to explore is, let's say, this is one report I have built. Just try to click on each and wherever you got this option. This related action option, just try to click on that related action and explore what are the options you can see. Here also, this is a report definition. Here in the report definition, there is a related action. And in this related action, see what are these, what are what? Exactly, this thing. That's on a report. This is a related action of report. Then here in the field, before we go to field, there is some data source. In data source also, you will be able to see this related action. Just click on see on this related action and explore what are the options you can see. In data source fields, data source filter also, you will be able to see this related action. Just click on this related action and explore what are these, what are the options you can see, what are the details you can see. For example, here if I click all active workers. Here, if you see, there are many details. Now let me do this. Let me do here now. If I click on this related action of this data source filter, you will be able to see many more details. Let's just open. See here, the name is all active workers. This is a data source. I mean, the data source is, workers for S team reporting. These are the security group. There are vehicle alias. All these things you will be able to see. All these things you need to explore. Then here in the field also, let's say there is one, hire date. Let's say this hire date. Click on the related action of this hire date. When you click on this field, and if you want to understand the details of the field, all those details of the fields are stored here. If you are confused, let's say you know what field you have to use. What you can do is you can just click on the related action of that field. You will be able to see the description. What is the description of this? Field is the worker's most recent hire date. This report field cannot be effective dated. Hire date cannot be effective dated. Hire date cannot be effective dated. But this field is going to give you the recent hire date. In Workday, there can be multiple hire date. Let's say you joined company and then you left. Then again you joined. Then again you left. Then again you joined. There are 3 hire dates there. This field is going to give you the recent hire date. The previous hire date that will be, that you can fit by some other, methods. But what this field is going to give you is the hire date, recent hire date. Then if you want to understand whether that is a calculated field or Workday delivered field, here you can see there is a field source. In field source, you will be able to see this is a Workday delivered field. The data type. If you want to understand, this is a date kind of field. Category. In which category this field is being used: benefits, employee, eligibility, employment. There could be many more categories. Then some, security, groups as well. And then the indexing information. This is something it's not relevant for you right now, but what you need to understand: this field name, business object description, field source, field type, related business object. This is something you need to explore. Your today's activity will be, whatever report you have copied, whatever standard report you have copied as a custom report, just explore the related action of each and every object. Explore the related action of the report name, then explore the related action of the data source, the data source filter, and then explore the related action of the field and try to find out if there is any custom fields or calculated fields associated in that report. Or if everyone is, if each and every field is delivered, report. Also try to, you don't know, calculated as of now, but that is something, you will get to know. When you will click on related action, you will be also able to understand the business object, the related business object of that field. Today's activity, you have to explore all these things. Here, let's say, this is a little bit of a business object. This is a date of birth field. You clicked on related business object. Sorry, you clicked on related action of this date of birth field. Then you will click on related action on of this date of birth field. It will give you, like this date of birth field is on employee business object. Then this will give you the details of related business object. What is the name? It will give you whether this field is a calculated field or Workday delivered field. All those information you will be able to see, and you will click on related action of the field. This triple dot is a related action. One more thing, I'm just, covering today and tomorrow. We will quickly, start creating custom reports. We are done with the, basics of reports. Now you are good to create a custom report. One more thing which I want to show you today, which you can explore, is in search box you need to write business object details. Business object details. I was saying right, like in Workday, there can be many business objects. Here I was giving example, like employee business object, dependent business object, location business object. Basically, in Workday, there can be many business objects. We have one report, Business Object Details Report. You can note it down. Business Object Details Report. This report will give you the details of each and every business object. If I click on this, the tenant is low. I want to take more than 2 minutes here. Business object. Let's say I am giving worker business object. Worker business object. Thank you. This is a worker business object. This is kind of this business. Object is kind of table I have created here. I have mentioned employee. This employee is, worker here. This is one of the business object. In this business object, if you want to see how many fields we have, you can see total number of fields in this business object is 66644. There are total 6644 fields in this business object. And in this, in this many fields, if you want to understand like how many fields are delivered fields and how many fields are calculated fields, what you can do is you can apply filter on the field source. Here in the field source, if you say calculated, then it will give you only calculated field. Let's see. Let's let it, let's just filter out. In this 6644, there are total 3725 fields which are calculated fields. And other than this calculated field, all the fields are delivered fields. If you want to explore any business object, then you can use this, report, Business Object Details Report. If you know the business object name, enter the business object name, click enter. You will be able to see all the details of that business object. Like what are the fields this business object is storing. Here we can see, number of fires, number of terminations. All these are the fields in this business object. And you will be able to see the description. If there is any calculated field where someone has updated description, you will be able to see that. If they have not updated description, you will not be able to see. But for delivered fields, you will be able to see description most of the time. Then the another column which is giving calculated or delivered. You need to know. You will understand whether that is a calculated field or delivered field. Wherever it is delivered, that is defined by Workday. wherever you can see calculated. This is something created by us. You know any user in the system, then here field type. This field type is numeric. Take, whatever I was telling you, the data types. Then related business object. From this field, if there is any business object which is related, those things you will be able to see in this column. If there is any built-in prompts we are going to discuss tomorrow. Built-in prompt with, let's say, you are creating a custom report and when you are clicking on that custom report is simply giving you data. Now let's say your manager has asked to create a custom report in such a way that custom report should ask for the country before running that report. Whenever you are trying to run that report is asking you to enter some values. Let's say you enter United States. Let's say you enter, Australia, India, any country. Whatever countries you are entering in that prompt, that report should give the list of employees for that country. It's not like you are entering India and it is giving employee details of us. That should not happen. Basically, when you are entering any values, when report is asking you to enter any kind of values, that is what we call prompts in the report. That is something we are going to discuss the later. We are going to design some prompts as well. If there is any built-in prompt, you will be able to see here. Now, if there is any category, there is not, much use of this. But basically, when you create any kind of phase in the system, then you should define the category. That will help you to segregate the calculated and then authorizes it. Basically, there are a couple of tabs here. This will also be your activity. You just type business object details and that report enter business object as worker. Then enter, then explore all these tabs. There are 4 tabs. This is field. Then there is related business object. Then there is data sources and there are reports. You need to explore all these things. Yesterday we were analyzing business object to details report, right? This object details report. In business object details, before let's say I know one business object worker. If you don't know, you know which. What is the business object? The first thing you can do is whatever you can think of. You know that word in English. Just try and search. In Workday, basically Workday is managing employee details. If you want to view any employee business object or worker business object, if you want to see the employee details, try to search via, employee keyword or worker keyword. Then gradually, you will get used to. Another thing is, when you go to your profile and when you will see multiple tabs, those multiple tabs will help you to understand the business object name. Basically, if you are searching job descriptions, that means you are looking for something related to job. Search simply job here. You can simply search job. Then you will. This will recommend some of many options. And you can just check if those options are relevant or not. For example, here when I search for job, I can see 79 results. In this 79, this is job application. This is job application event. What I am looking for is job profile description. Job application cannot have the job profile, description of worker. There will be other items. You can explore what you know. You can also just select this click deep dive. You will be able to understand whether it contains job description or not. See, what I need is job profile description. What I search here is job. And here, when I scroll down, I can see one job profile. If I click on this job profile, it will give me all the fields stored in this job profiler business object. Let me click. And let's see. See, I need job profile description, right? Let's take come on. That is giving error because of the tenant is closed. When I'm selecting, this tenant is not able to identify. This will not happen in your implementation, testing, tenants and all. Now this. Business object details report will give details of business object. Details having what are the fields that business object contains. Then what are all the business object. See what are all the business objects. These business objects links to. And then what are all the business objects? I'll explain that later. Then it will show you the data sources. What are the data sources available for this business object? And then the report section. The report section will show you what are the reports available on this business object using this business object. Here in the field tab you can see many columns. Field name, description, field source, field type related business object, built-in terms, category and all. You will get to you will get used to in this gradually. Now I wanted to extract job profile description. When I search job, then I show there is one business object job profile. Now let's see if there is any field like job profile description in this business object. Here in field name, let's put some filter. Such thing by a word description. Here, when I search with the description, see there is one field which is job description. I can use this job description as a job profile description. When you filter, just filtering that, then here is the field. In this field, there is a related action. Here in description, it is already mentioned the formatted job description value on the job profile. If you want to see more details, if you click on this related action, that is going to show you this many details only. If I click on this related action, see here, if you see, the field name is job description. Business object is job profile description. This is going to give you the job profile description. This is a Workday delivered field. Field type is a reach test. And the category is job and position. Basically, I was not across from where exactly I can put job profile description. I just went into this business subject. It is type whatever. I understood. Basically, if someone is asking job profile description, I thought of searching for job. It's my sense. When I search, then I show there is one relevant business object job profile. When I open that job profile, I just check if there is any field with job description. And I can see there is one field, name, job description. Basically, when I will be creating one report on job profile, business object, Then I can use this job description field to get the description of the job profile. Similarly, if you want to, if someone asked you to, get the value of gender, of employees, what you can do is you can just run this business object detail, because type employee or worker and see if there is any field with name gender. Basically, this field tab is going to let you know like how many fields, what kind of fields, and what fields are stored in this business object. This is a primary business object. These are the related business object. How this job profile is linked to. This is a primary business object. You should be able to see when you click on this one. This one. This will tell you. There are a few bridges. There are a few fields which is linking to business objects, and that field is planned dimensionless supplier. This field is linking relation between job profile and supplier, business object. This is also supplier business object. This is also business object. This is also business object. There are multiple business objects in the system, and this related business object details will show you how this job profile is related to other business objects. And then in right side, this will tell you all the links from related. See, this job profile is related to multiple business objects. This tells how this job profile is linked to this business object. And this tells you how this business object is related to job profile. This is something you're going to use in the future. Don't worry, you need to explore all these things. When you will actually start creating the reports and all, the next tab is Data Sources tab. In Data Sources tab, I told you yesterday, right, like here in Workday business object is like table in database. It is storing the data sources that are views. If you want subset of the data, see business object storing all the details. If you want some subsets, subset. Or if you want, to join multiple, tables and create a view, you are going to use data source. Then, fields will act as column and instances will act as rows. Here, these many data sources are part of this business object. This business object offers 3 data sources, all active job profiles, all your profile job profiles with compensation. All job profiles means this is storing all the active and inactive job profiles. This data source is storing only active job profiles. When you will select this as a data source, you won't be able to get inactive job profiles. If you want inactive job profiles and active, you need to use this data source. Then there is one last tab, that is report. This report will let you know like how many standard reports are using this as a data source. Here, these are the data source. Here, this. Many standard reports are using these all job profiles. I mean, there are 3 data sources for this business object, right? I mean, here in data source, if, you can see 3 data sources. This report tab will let you know all the standard reports which are using those data sources. Here, if you see, you will see only 3 data sources. Whatever this business object is offering, you can explore business objects and fill a. Whatever is in that business object, you can explore via report. Business object detail report. You can type business object details and just click enter. Then you just type the business object name, select the business object name, and then you will be able to see the details. To view the details of business object, the fields associated to business object, the related business object, data source report. You can use this business object details report. Now next thing is when I assume mentioned, like how are you going to identify? Which field, which business object you need to use and all. There is one more concept in Workday of contextual reporting. We call that context actual reporting. What contextual reporting means? Let's say here in Workday, if I am opening my profile, let this open. Now let's say, if you want to, create one report which should say to this job profile, and this is a job profile, you want to face this job profile. This is the field value. What you can do is, when you will click here, click on related action here. Just go to reporting. Here, when you will go to reporting, you will see three options. The first option is create report from here. The second option is related reports, and the third option is report fields and values. Now when you will click on create custom report. From here, you will get more details of the fields. First of all, when you will click on this report field and values, you will be able to see all the reports which has been created and the values. Sorry, you will be able to view all the fields. Let me show you how it looks like. You. This job profile is a business object, and if I open report field and values here, you will be able to see all the fields associated to that business object. Whatever details you want to pull, for job profiles, you will be able to see it. There are 245 fields. There are 245 fields, report fields which you can use on this business object. Let's say someone is asking to extract details of the job profile. For example, job profile name, description, the other details. If they're asking, then if you're not sure, like how exactly you can get all those details, you can, click on the related action, click on related fields and values, and you will be able to see everything, each and every details. That's how we generally start in Workday. But I think initially, maybe 1 or 2 months you are going to, use this thing. Later, you're not going to use this thing automatically. You will understand like where exactly this value is stored, and when you get very complex requirements, then you're going to use this. But this is advisable. You should know that if you don't know how to what are the fields on the business object, how to know which business object you need to refer, you can just click on. The related action of that business object. Go to reporting, and then report fields and values. Here you will be able to see all the field details. Then there is another option. As the 10 edge, it's really slow here in the reporting. Related reports. Here business object is job profile. When you will click on related reports, you will be able to see all the report that has been created on that business object. You will be able to see all the reports in which this business object has been used. And this will show you delivered as well as custom. Here, if you can see in type, there is custom report and then Workday delivered reports. Why do we need to, view this related reports? See what happens. Sometimes there are, you need to create something on this. Job profile, business object, and you are trying something, but you are not able to understand. Then you search for what are all the reports that has already been created on this job profile. It could be whatever requirements you have got from the business. You will be able to find one report which is already satisfying that. Can you know that requirement? When you will search for this related reports, you will be able to understand should you create a new report or you can use the existing report anyways. Basically, you can decide that thing. Second thing is, let's say you're not, you don't know how to, create report, how to, which is to use, and or you can open, this custom reports. Or this Workday delivered report, and you can see what are all the fields that has been referred in that custom report, and that will help you in building your custom report. Initially, whenever we join, we don't know things in the system, right? We need some documentation kind of thing to understand what system is, what is actually happening in that system. Here, if you don't know about the field business object, you have many options to explore the business object, explore the fields, explore the reports that has been created on that business object. Whatever I'm telling, all these things you need to explore a bit. We can discuss. If you will be having any question, we can discuss on a Monday, but you explore now. Now, the next option we have is create custom report from here. You can directly build custom report from here. From this field, from this business object, you can directly build a custom report. When you will, click on create custom report from here. It will ask you to select the fields, whatever you want to view in that custom report. For example, here if I want benchmark job profiles, if I want a com grade, if I want candidate details, if I want certification, then competencies, critical job, anything. I selected this field. Click on here. Give the report name. Let's say Ganesh context to a reporting one. I want to choose only active job profiles. I don't want to choose any, inactive job profile. In job profile, there are 3 data sources. I showed you right. Here you are getting 3 options. You can select any of these options. I am choosing all active job profiles because I don't want any, inactive job profiles. Then here data source filters. Some of the data sources, gives us data source filters. I'm just putting no default filter. I'm not using any filter. Then the report type. There are many reports. This is something we are going to discuss in the next session, maybe after some time. I want to create one advanced, report and temporary in nature. This should be auto-related after a few days. Click on and here is your custom report. This is the report name. This is the data source filter. This is this is the data source. This is the data source filter. Here in business object automatically you can see job profile. Whatever fields I selected there. See, all those fields are automatically filled up here. Basically, this is auto clear. This makes things very easier, right? I mean, you just had to go to related action of the business object. You click on reporting and then click on create custom report from here. Select whatever fields you want to populate in your custom report. Give the report name data source filter. Click your report is ready. Ready now. Click your report is ready to use. You can simply run the report and get the data. This is one of the options we have here in the contextual reporting. In contextual reporting, there will be 3 options. One is create custom report from here. Second is related reports, and third option we have is report field and values. This is what is contextual report. Today's activity will be exploring contextual reporting. You can explore. You can just, select any, fill any object, from the system, from your profile, and you can try to create report from there. You can try to explore what are the fields associated to that business object. You can also, try to explore what are the, reports created. Using that business object as a primary business object. Sorry, this is clear, right? Yes. Now let's go to, designing a custom report. Before we actually design a fresh new custom report, we need to understand a few things. Are you able to see my notepad, by the way, where I'm typing yes, cool. Now, how can we design, custom reports? Basically, designing a custom reports contains many things. Let me make it bigger. A custom report. If you want, you can take a screenshot as well. Basically, designing a custom report. Designing custom reports will, require a lot of things. Let's see how can we actually design a custom report. And just a few questions. How can we do what? Here, the first thing, what would be the reporting report? Starting points whenever you get to create a report, how exactly you can start working on the report. First of all, you need to explore Workday standard reports. Let's say if you get some requirements, first you should be exploring Workday delivered reports. If there is any Workday delivered report which is satisfying the conditions, that is satisfying the requirements, then you can use Workday as standard report directly instead of creating a new one. If they require a little bit of customizations, what you can do is you can just copy that standard report and you can do your customization based on the requirement. If this Workday standard report will be your starting point, then we have all custom reports. All custom reports actually give you all the reports which has been created by some individual. Workday standard report will give you the details of all the custom report, will give you the details of all the custom reports created in the system by the user, any user here. Let's say you get some requirements and you check Workday standard reports. If this is satisfying, any report is satisfying, you are going to use that. Otherwise, you are going to copy and create a new one. Before you copy and create a new one, you should explore all custom reports. For example, let's say there is no custom report, there is no Workday delivered report which is satisfying your requirement, but there is one custom report which is satisfying your requirement. When you will run this all custom report, you will get plenty of reports. You will get many report lists, and there, by the name, by the description, you need to segregate, open the report, and then you will get many reports. And then you need to analyze whether this can fulfill your report or not. Now let's say this custom report, all custom report. When you checked all custom report, then also you did not find any report which is satisfying your requirement. But what you found is, you found there is one custom report which can be utilized. There is one custom report which can be utilized. There most of the things are done, only 20%. That report requires change. What you can do is you can copy that custom report and then you can apply use changes. Your report is ready to use. Then the next question, how can you explore the data? Basically, we have one report, Business Object Details Report. This Business Object Details Report will let you know what are the business objects available in Workday. Let's say you get a relevant thing. For example, you want to build a report on compensation. You just type to compensate to OmpCom and you and it gave you a couple of options. You show like there is one relevant term, compensation. You just clicked on that. You explored that compensation business object and then you explored whatever fields are there in the compensation business object. That's how you are going to understand. Where is the data stored? How can you create a report? What business object you need to create a report, and for that business object, what are the data sources available which can be used in building report. Then we have contextual reporting. Contextual reporting I showed you from here. You can see, you can just go and click on report fields and values, and then you will be able to see all the fields associated to that business object. This is how you are going to understand where is your data. How to view the data. You can view the data in business object details report. There is one tab, data source tab. In that data source tab, you will be able to view the data. When you will create a custom report, it will ask you to provide data source name. That data source name you will get from the business object details report. You open, for example, you want to get the details of worker. What you did, you just ran the business object details report. Then you enter worker as a business object. Clicked on. You move to the Data Source tab, and there in Data Source tab, you are able to see multiple data source tabs. You are able to see multiple data sources, for example, all active workers or active and terminated workers. Any data sources? You will be able to see many data sources. In those data sources, you need to find the relevant one and then you can use. That's how you are going to view the data. Then there is one report, data sources report. We have a separate report, data sources report. There you will get the list of all the data sources we have in Workday. And you can just use that report to explore data sources. Next thing, which fields to deploy in custom report, where exactly you are going to configure what are on the field. Let's say, for example, you got a requirement like you need to extract first name of first name of worker, last name of worker, date of work, gender, hire date, job profile. You need to pull all these fields in your report. Someone has asked to create a report and he or she wants to, see these many fields in that custom report. Where exactly these fields will become configured? These fields will be configured in the column tab of the custom report. How that column tab? Let me show you. Oh, sorry, here in the here this is one of the custom reports. Here in this custom report, you can see there is a column tab. There are sort tab, filter tab, prompts, tab output, share and advanced tab. Why am I getting session expire? Sorry, are you guys getting some, pop up session timeout? Sorry. That's my bad. That was Workday. I was, I thought like then that June 1, that's just about there. That's fine. Basically, when you keep Workday face open for a long time, it will, pop up one, it will give you one pop up box and, it will, let you know like in 5 minutes, your tenant, your login, your session is going to expire. If you click on the option which it will give, your session will be contained, otherwise it will, your Workday system will be automatically logged off. Yes, Ganesh, even I am getting the same thing. Is there any way? Again, we have to do all the login right. Is there any way we can just keep it for at least 2 to 3 hours? No, you can't. 2 to 3 hours, you can't. Then you need to move your cursor and you install some kind of jigglers in your system, and that will move your cursor automatically and you can keep that. Every time you have to log in, right? That's what I observed. Generally that's not recommended. It's from the security point of view, that's not recommended. Whenever you work in any company or any system, your system should be locked. This Workday system contains employee personal details, job details. This system contains very confidential information. This Jumis tenant is something you know. All these are learning data. We don't need to worry about that. But when you are working on any project, you should not keep work dating and open. Anyone can see anyone's salary, and that is really a very confidential information. Anyone can see anyone's SSN number. That's a really confidential information. That's not advisable. But if you want, you can install the jiggler and you can do that. Got it? Anyways, what I was explaining is in this custom report. You will be able to see multiple tabs, columns, sort, and filter. Here, coming to here again, which face to display. This is something it will be configured in the report definition in the columns tab. Then how to group and sort data. This is again you need to configure in report definition in sort tab. In sort type, you will be option to group data. You will be having the option to sort the data. Then sorry, here it's not. Then let's say, if you need to filter data in the, custom report, there are two kinds of filters. There are some of the data sources. There are some data sources which is having, predefined filters. For example, in job profile, I showed you, in job profile when I was creating a report, then we know it offered two filters. The first one was default filter, the other was one was some amino different filter. Basically, this data source filter. There is some data source filter. Each and every object is sorry. Every data source is not having a data source filter. There are some data sources in Workday which offers filter. You can directly use those filters. Let's say you know that if there is any data source which is not offering any kind of filter, and if you want to filter directly in the custom report, when you are configuring for that one, we have filter and sub filter. Sorry, this is actually under this report definition, not in a data source filter. This is like this. If you want to filter in custom report, then in report definition there are two tabs, filter tab and sub filter tab. You can apply filter there. Now, the next is who and how the data will be seen. In report definition, there are two tabs, output tab and stare tab. Output tab determines how the data will be sent here. A tab will determine who exactly can see the data from this report. And there are, some security groups. Basically, to view data in Workday system, you should be having enough security. For example, there is one domain in Workday person data gender. If you don't have access to person data gender domain, you won't be able to see the gender of any worker in the system. Whatever reports you are creating, if to view the data from that report, the user should be having access to all the fields. Do you have any question here in this thing? In this. These are just the conceptual things. Before we actually start creating a custom report, good organization. Now next, let's start. The custom report. I'm not going to use more than 10 minutes. If anyone is having hard stop, please let me know. Now, let's go back to Workday. To create a custom report, we have one task. The task name is Create Custom Report. Click on this Create Custom Report task. It will ask you to give the report name. Let's say I am giving Ganesh batch 1 first report. I am just giving just to create any report, you can give the relevant names in the, always try to give some relevant names, which I mean you see from the report name itself. Everyone should be able to understand what is this report about, what exactly this report is giving. Always try to give names in a way that everyone can understand what this is. Here I mean just for the demonstration, I'm just adding giving name then a batch 1. First report. Now here you will be able to see many options. When you in there is one field report type. In report type you can see one drop down. If you click on this drop down, you will be able to see 8 kind of reports. Workday offers 8 kind of reports, 8 types of reports. Here you can see simple report, advanced report, composite report, matrix report, in-box search report, transpose and training. For integration, we are going to use just one type of report, that is advanced report. You can explore all these things by yourself. That's fine. There is no issue with that. Basically, there is one simple report. If you need to fetch, only, details from one business object and you want a very simple report, you can just create a, simple report. If you want that report to be enabled as a web service, you need to use, you need to create that as an advanced, report type. Now you know. Another thing is like now, let's say you want to use that report in any integration. If you want to use that report in any integration, you can also. Then again, you need to use that advanced report. Then we have matrix report. I'll explain all this 8 type of report. Later, I'll try to get some screenshot and will show you how it looks like. However, we don't need all those things in the integration. For integration, we just need one type of report, that is advanced report. Here I am selecting advanced report. Now there is a temporary report checkbox. In temporary report checkbox, whenever you create, whenever you check this checkbox, what they will do is what? They will tag this report as a temporary report. Automatically, when you will click you on this temporary report, automatically Workday will assign today plus 7-day date as an expiry date. Today plus 7 day as an expiry date. It will auto expire after 7 days. However, if you want to, change the expiry date of the custom report, you will be able to do that. How exactly we are going to do that I will show you later. Then there is one option, enable as a wave service. Enable as a wave service means here, when I selected at one simple report, there is no option. Enable as a wave service. But when I am selecting advanced report, then I am getting one additional option, enable as a wave service. This enable as a wave service means this report, whatever you are going to create, that can be used as a wave service as well. That can be used in any integration. To use any report in in any integration, that report must be wave service enabled. This is a criteria. Also, when you will create, let's say there is one, system powered by system, and that wants some data from the Workday, and they are looking for just cost center details from Workday. You can create a very simple report, not a simple report, advanced simple report. Basically, the report type will be advanced, and that report, design will be very simple. That's what I'm trying to say. Basically, you created one advanced report in the system and you added all the fields associated to the cost centers. You can see all the details of the cost center using that report. Now Powered by wants to consume the details of the cost center. Now what you can do is you have already created a report which is web service enabled. You can give them the alls. They can access the data from Workday via that all. That all is a REST API all. You can use this report as a web service as well. When I'm talking about, web service, what does that mean? How it looks like. You know how the data will be look like, how they are going to identify those data in the system. That is something I'm gonna show you later. Then we have another section, data source. In data source, you can see optimize for performance and data sources. Yesterday, I was mentioning about a standard data source and then index data source. Whenever you use any standard data source, this will be auto unchecked. This will be disabled. whenever use any standard data source. Why that happens? Because in a standard data source, mainly we have non-index fields. And whenever this optimize for performance checkbox is checked, you can only use index field in the report. You will be able to use only index field. That's why this is auto check, because because the main assumption whenever you create any custom report, that the first assumption is you should be using index data source. If index data source is not satisfying your requirement, then you opt for standard data source. But mostly you should be preferring for index data source. However, Workday doesn't have many index data sources like standard data sources, but you can try. For example, there are two data sources. One is all active and terminated workers. This is a standard data source. Then we have another data source workers for data source for HCM reporting. This is index data source. See, you can get employee details, worker details from both of these data source. But which one you have to opt? You need to decide. Let's say you need to pull a data source, and then you need to create a data source, and then you need to create a data source. All those details are stored in both the data sources. Now, as in, there is already one index data source in the system which is offering all those space. We should not be using this standard data source. We should be using this data source. Now let's say there is something which is not in this worker fetching reporting. You can opt for all active and terminated workers data source. This is something you need to keep in your mind. Now going back to Workday here, data sources. Let's say I am pulling, I want to build report on worker for HCM reporting. This is index data source. Yesterday someone was mentioning, like, in index data source index, keyword was there. This is also one index data source, but there is no index keyword. But again, you can. You will be able to understand. The first of all, when I selected this data source, this did not get unchecked. That means this is an index data source. Then if you click on this, related action, you will be able to see data source. Type is an index data source, and the symbol. Yesterday I was talking about one symbol. That symbol, that electric point symbol is also represents. That is the index data source. Now, one small question. Don't we need to check enable as web service? As of now, I'm not checking, but we are going to check that, and we are going to understand what exactly that is doing as well. Here I have already selected workers for HCM reporting. Now when I selected workers for HCM reporting, this is the index data source. This optimized for performance is already checked by default. It was checked. See, I have option to uncheck this as well. What does that mean? For index data source of this, what is the difference between this checked and unchecked one? The difference is when you are using index data source, and if this optimized for performance is checked, then you will be able to use only index data source in the custom report. When you will uncheck this optimize for performance, this means you will be able to use non-index field in your report. And when you will use non-index, fields in your report, then Workday will not guarantee about the performance. Definitely, somewhere performance is going to be impacted. Wherever possible, just check this checkbox. Try to get the data. If, let's say, you are applying some filter and you know you're trying to apply one, one filter and you are not able to view that field. If you are not able to view that field, what you can do is you can go to the Advanced tab and there you can uncheck this. Optimize for performance. Again, you can uncheck this. And then again, then you know you will be able to use that field. When you uncheck this, this gives you warning. Clearing this checkbox enable is to select a non-index data source and a non-index fields, which might cause your report to run slower. This is the difference. You know when you check and when you uncheck this box. Now there when you click on you will get you something like this here. I mean by default this data source. You know this? Workers for SPIM. Reporting data source is part of worker business object. The primary business object is worker. Here by default, you can see worker. Business object is coming now. If you want to search for first name, what you need to do is you need to enter first name and press enter. This will give you options, many options. Here, you need to select the relevant. I don't want legal name, first name, I want only first name. What I'll do is, I'll just select this first name. Then if I need to add another field, I can click on this plus button. When I'll click on this plus button, then again this business subject will automatically copy and here you can use another field. For example, I need to get the last name. This last name. If you don't know, you know what this last name is. What are all? This phase, if you get confused between first name plus last name, legal name, oh come on. Basically what I was saying here when you will add, second field, let's say, when you are adding, then you are getting multiple options. You are getting, multiple fields with the same name. You want to know what those fields are. What you can do is you can just click on the related action and in the related action, you will be able to get the details of the field. Whether that field is a Workday delivered field or that field. What is the description of that field? This field is actually giving nomination readiness. I'm not sure. I don't know what is. Nomination, readiness term. We know those who are in recruitment space, they will be able to know. Basically, you will be able to, understand via the descriptions. That's how we know we are going to create a custom report. I am stopping. Today here only you try to create a few custom report. With this task, create custom report, use data source workers for SPIM reporting. Here you can, select simple and advanced both. You can try creating one simple report and you can try creating an advanced report and then, we will discuss it tomorrow. I'll show how to create a custom report in first. Then I'll, take your questions. Please do like, share and subscribe to our channel. For more information, contact us sales@upptalk.com.